started. So I'd ask the clerk, welcome, I guess, to our regularly scheduled meeting here on Monday, July 14th. It's just about 7:01, so I'll ask the clerk to take the roll call.
Trustee Cascatello.
Yes, here.
Trustee Vasquez.
Oh, there you go.
Trustee Brennan.
Here.
Trustee Bachner.
Here.
Trustee O'Connell.
Here.
Trustee Gillis. Here. President Adducey.
Here. Okay, so we have a good house. So I ask everyone to please stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, before we begin our Jim, we've got a couple great special recognitions. So I'd ask the chief. Oh, yep. Yep. Okay.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. Madam President, Village Board of Trustees, friends, family, residents, thank you for coming. I have the honor tonight of recognizing some of our officers for outstanding work that they've done in the past several months. We'll start with a commendation for Detective Sergeant Labriola, Corporal Cassidy, Detective Denise Armeno, and Officer Lane Neiman. On December 7th, 2024, officers responded to Alta located at 7231 Lake Street in reference to a burglar alarm. It was then discovered that the glass door had been shattered and multiple offenders removed over $20,000 worth of merchandise from the business. While officers were on scene, they were notified of a victim who was struck by gunfire while driving near Harlem Avenue and Lake Street. The victim was struck by a high-powered weapon, and fortunately his injuries were non-life-threatening. A review of street cameras determined that those responsible for the burglary and the shooting were associated with one another. Both offending vehicles were recovered, and valuable evidence was recovered from within each vehicle, including a latent fingerprint lift from an interior door handle. Investigators were made aware that one of the items taken from Alta contained a GPS tracker and notified the Chicago Police Department, who assisted in taking multiple offenders into custody. Pursuant to a search warrant, River Forest investigators located over $40,000 worth of proceeds from Alta and a Mini Draco 7.62 semi-automatic firearm inside the vehicle used by the subjects with warrants. River Forest investigators worked tirelessly alongside other agencies to identify the primary offender in both the burglary and attempted murder. The offender as an 18-year-old male from Chicago who has a lengthy criminal history for similar burglaries and firearm offenses. On January 15, 2025, members of the River Forest Police Department placed the 18-year-old male into custody, and he was charged with aggravated discharge of a firearm. Detective Sergeant Labriola, Detectives Armeno, Corporal Cassidy, and Officer Neiman's persistence and initiative demonstrated throughout the investigation brings great credit to the police department and resulted in a successful, complex arrest of an individual who poses a significant threat to public safety. If those officers would please come forward to receive their commendations.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, they're all going to be in backwards order. You guys surprised me once again. Look at it. Absolutely opposite.
the back.
Congratulations, Bill.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Congratulations, Lane.
Good job.
Thank you. Almost gave you Justin's. Congratulations, Denise.
Look
Thank
at
you.
that.
And congratulations, Justin.
Yeah, Justin. Great, great.
Congratulations.
Good job. Yeah.
We have a couple more awards here that are for Detectives Armeno and Detective Sergeant Labriola. I'll go through them right now. On August 19th, 2024 at 7:05 a.m., River Forest officers responded to the 300 block of Thatcher in reference to an armed vehicular hijacking. The vehicle taken had GPS capabilities and was recovered a short time after. Detective Zarmino used license plate readers to identify the vehicle the offenders drove to the scene prior to the hijacking. Detective Sergeant Labriola executed numerous search warrants for the cellular telephone recovered on scene as well as for the cell towers in the area. Furthermore, both Detective Sergeant Labriola and Detective Zarmino processed both the offending vehicle and the victim vehicle for physical evidence. The search of the cellular telephone and the cellular telephone towers provided the evidence needed to identify the 5 offenders who were eventually taken into custody and which were charged with aggravated vehicular hijacking with a firearm. Detective Zarmino and Detective Sergeant Labriola's persistence and dedication resulted in a successful conclusion of a complex investigation where 5 offenders who pose a threat to the community were criminally charged. Denise and Justin, if you want to step forward again.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, one for the baby.
Did the baby want to? Exactly.
That would be a first.
Yeah.
And lastly, but not leastly, on April 15th, 2025 at 7:45 a.m., River Forest officers responded to the Puffs Discount Cigarettes located in the 7700 block of Madison in reference to an armed robbery. The store clerk related 2 subjects came into the store, displayed a firearm, and struck him in the head multiple times with the firearm. The offenders took cash, cigarettes, and his cell phone. Detective Zarmino identified the offending vehicle using street cameras and automated license plate readers. The vehicle was later identified with a different registration affixed to it, and investigators notified the Chicago Police Department of the new registration. The victim advised investigators that his cellular telephone was pinging in Oak Park, and investigators recovered it. Detective Sergeant Labriola located a latent fingerprint on the cell phone, which was sent for analyzation. The vehicle was located in the city of Chicago, and the driver's clothing was identified as the clothing worn by one of the armed robbery offenders. Investigators executed a search warrant on the vehicle and numerous items taken from the store, which were located inside. The latent fingerprint discovered and recovered by Detective Sergeant Labriola matched the driver of the offending vehicle. The driver was charged with armed robbery. Furthermore, the Illinois Department of Corrections issued a parole violation warrant due to the fact that the offender was on parole for a previous armed robbery. Detective Zarmino and Detective Sergeant Labriola's dedication and persistence led to a swift arrest of a dangerous subject who posed a significant safety risk to the community. Their actions bring great credit to the department and the community.
Very good.
This one is for the baby.
This one's for the baby.
Yes,
There we go.
that one's for the baby.
Congratulations.
Yeah, good job.
Not to take too much time, but this is just an example of some of the great work our officers are doing. It's a small sampling on a day-to-day basis. They're doing great work, and I appreciate all of you for all of your continued hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Agreed. Congratulations. Thank you. On behalf of the village board and myself and, of course, our residents, we appreciate everything you do for our community. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Jim, is that it then? Chief? Okay. All right. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and move on to the citizens' comments. So, Peter, do you want to wait when we get to the gas leaf, or do you want to speak now? It's up to you. Okay. I will then ask Phyllis to come on up. You're the second on the list, so Phyllis Rubin. Is she? Yeah. Hi, Phyllis. Okay.
Hi, Phyllis Rubin, 411 Ashland 6B. 2 things I want to talk about. I know term limits is not on your agenda tonight. You have a long agenda. I understand that. But I do want to say that you all know that the majority of the voters who did vote, who cared about the issue enough to vote, voted to have term limits in for River Forest officials. And so when you do put it on the agenda, I sure hope you put it on the agenda. I guess I should look at you because you're the one who puts it on the agenda. On a date when you know everybody's going to be here, because we want to know what you all say about it.
Agreed.
How you're going to vote on it or how you're going to do it, because you seem to think you have the ability to not adopt, ratify, whatever the right word is, the vote of the people. So we want to know what you actually think, how you're gonna handle that, and why. Okay. The other thing that you are talking about tonight, and I don't know each detail about this, but the Ethics Commission role is that I sure hope that you give them the authority to handle conflicts of interest, because if you don't, that's the whole reason they reviewed the rules at all, and what they were, that's the whole thing that brought this up. So if you put it in the hands of the board, I think that's a little bit like the fox guarding the chicken coop, and it should be taken out of your hands and put in the hands of a more neutral commission who are lawyers who know how to look at this stuff. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yep, thank you, Phil. Okay, so then I think Mark, zoning? Yeah.
I didn't know how to put it down there.
Okay.
It's about the gas leaf
Oh, okay.
blower.
Well,
I know that's
you
a
want to
zoning.
wait or you want to?
I don't, just gonna say my piece.
Okay, fair enough.
Basically, I had a choice when I moved here about 10 years ago to pick Oak Park or River Forest. I picked River Forest for a lot of reasons, and a number of them is I don't want to live in Oak Park and underneath all of their overbearing rules. Gas leaf blowers can be annoying, but they're quick. I have a neighbor who was using an electric leaf blower last fall, and I noticed how long it took that electric leaf blower and how long and loud that was when I had my windows open during the fall. Gas leaf blowers, they're in, they're out. They can be annoying. I've heard arguments about fossil fuels. You recharge your batteries, it's coming from fossil fuels. Let's not be Oak Park. Let's let people make their choices. Let's people have their businesses and not have to buy all new equipment. Please don't become the People's Republic of Oak Park. Let's be River Forest and just let people be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Bruce. Okay. Is Bruce up on, do we have anybody up online? Okay. Then Bruce is done. So then Ray, right? I don't know, you didn't put anything down, so I don't know what you want to speak on, but please take the podium.
I'm a physician for 52 years. I have a younger brother as an ear, nose, and throat specialist in Wisconsin. I find there's a lot of studies that show that the gasoline leaf blowers are very damaging to hearing. I don't know if you know about decibels, but I measured them, and they're really loud if you're near them. And I presented a bunch of papers at the prior meeting I went to, and I couldn't find those papers again. But there's no doubt about it. It's a hazard to hearing, particularly people who are our age, or my age anyway. And the other problems are with the pollution, air pollution, and just a general nuisance. So I don't agree with the former speaker about the noise. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ray. Thank you. Okay, Tom?
This is regarding the ADS sprinkler letter that went out that we received last week. Thank you for thank the fire chief for putting that together. It's a good letter and it explains the history and everything, but the phrase fire alarm kind of seemed a little vague to me and doesn't mean the same thing to all of us. And I think that the real message might be easy to lose. Mm-hmm. That being, if you have a sprinkler system monitored by ADS, you need to know your smoke detectors are not being monitored. You are no longer required by River Forest to have it monitored. But if you want to, there are many companies that provide smoke detectors that are monitored along with their security services, and you are free to use any of them at half the cost. That's the message. At our house, we are now doing that with ABT, or APT, at half the cost. And as to the cost, we had been paying $88 per month, which has gone up to $100 early last year. So since 2018, for 6 years and 7 months, we could have been paying what we're paying now, $45 for security and smoke detector monitor. 79 months of your mandated unnecessary payments above and beyond the security system cost us $3,600, plus the cost of all their proprietary equipment. You made us do this and didn't tell us that we could stop, and we've been paying ever since. So I think that that letter is an insufficient attempt at remedy. You say there were 50 people on that list to be informed. That would represent $180,000 in unnecessary payments at your direction. Was it 100 people? That's $360,000 that your citizens have paid due to bureaucratic negligence. I think you should not drop this issue until you get confirmation from everyone on that list that they actually understand that they are not required to pay for an inferior service at inflated prices. The cost of another couple of mailings would be nothing compared to the cost we're paying. If there are 50 of us, we are collectively paying $5,000 a month. So I think the city can spend some more time and resources to actually straighten this out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Tom, before you leave, if we are willing to send another letter, are you willing to help us with the language?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if we've gotten the letter itself. So, Tom, we'll I guess we'll look at it. We'll talk to the chief and our legal Lance and his team and see what we can do. Yeah. I mean, I think there's probably lots of things we could do. So, if you give us that opportunity, we'll let us think through this and get back to you. All right. Carrie?
Hi, Carrie McLean, 1010 Keystone, and I was here talking about the smoke detector thing, but that's not what I'm here today to talk about. But last month, there was another citizen who asked about the status of the referendum that had passed about term limits. It was stated that, I guess because of some technicality, it was deemed an advisory referendum and no action was going to be taken. And that's the determination of 1, 2, I mean, how many people? It was the outcome and cavalier attitude toward the citizens, we the people of River Forest, that brought me back here today. So you decided to let the citizens sue the village if they have a problem running with somebody who has served a long-term tenure. Even at the advisory level, this referendum means that the citizens of River Forest want something done. Your neighbors, friends, and citizens of River Forest voted to have term limits, and you pushed that legal vote right under the rug, under the guise of some technicality that you combed through the wording to find. Why? Because you didn't like the outcome? I don't know. But I find this approach immensely disturbing. I, as a citizen, I'm expecting this board to have a thoughtful and full discussion on this referendum and come up with a solution.
Thank you. Okay. Now we have Jan. Jan, take it.
Jan Sager, 435 William. And in spite of what a couple of people have said before me, I thank the board for all of the work that you do, and the clerk. I know we have a couple newer people, but you all work without pay, and I greatly appreciate that. Our commissioners also, our volunteers serving on our other boards and commissions, then our police and fire department, and we saw how valuable and how capable our police department is. And I understand we are fully staffed at both the police and fire department. That's a big deal. And I also understand we have applications from people waiting. They want to work in River Forest. They want to work on our police force and our fire department. That's really a great thing for us. And of course, to our public works and our admin department. So thanks to all of you. I wanted to, I saw that on the agenda there's going to be a discussion about the permeable pavers and the parking lot. And I just wanted to mention that our alleys, if you've noticed, they're all changed to slant in to the center. Now we have permeable pavers. And that means that residents' garages aren't flooding, or that's at least mitigated some of that flooding. And so thanks for that. The curbs at the crosswalks, I think they're all done. That's great. Look at all of our crosswalks. They're now accessible for anybody who needs a slanting curb and can't navigate the bumping curb. And this takes planning, and it takes budgeting. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen all at once. So I greatly appreciate that you stuck with it and got those things done. I'm glad to see item 10D on the agenda tonight. You know, during the casual conversations, especially the one at Willard that was very well attended, we talked more about actually not bikes. It was pedestrians and autos. A little bit about bicycles, and luckily we had Jack, our Public Works Director, at the February meeting because he had to field most of the questions and comments. In just a short, and then in May, I still don't think we were talking much about the electric scooters and bicycles. So in a few short months, it's really come forward, and it's a big problem now, and it didn't seem to be a problem a few months ago. So I'm really glad that you're going to talk about that tonight. And the last thing is the April 14th board meeting. Trustee O'Connell had mentioned NOVA, which was the consultant that was used for the DEI group. But Trustee O'Connell had asked about a report because he hadn't seen one. And the last meeting or last gathering of the DEI committee was August of 2023. Now, I think in the minutes, Trustee Bachner mentioned that she and Trustee Johnson were reviewing a draft report, and they expected to have something in the coming weeks. This was $50,000 that was approved. Now, people have criticized, residents have criticized the $20,000 that was spent with Jaskoka, with the neighborhood dialogues, but nothing was ever really mentioned about this $50,000 that we're still waiting for a report. So I hope that can be addressed soon. I understand it's not on the agenda. But at some point soon, I hope you do address that. So thank you all very much for all the work that you do.
Okay, thanks, Jan. Okay, and then last would be, because Peggy, I'll wait for the ethics piece. Okay. Oh, okay. So go, okay, so before Margie, then I'll ask Peggy, if you can. I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Wait,
Yeah.
is she making her presentation on the ethics?
No, I
ordinance?
think
No,
she sounds
okay.
like, what are you going to do?
Okay.
Just give
I,
us.
I wasn't asked to.
Oh, I thought we did. No?
I wasn't asked to do a presentation.
Okay.
My name is Peggy Daly. I'm the chair of the River Forest Ethics Commission. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak here this evening. I also want to thank my fellow members of the Ethics Commission for all their hard work this year drafting a new version of the Ethics Code. Some years ago, I was asked by Kathy Aducci to lead the Ethics Commission. I was previously the chair of the Cook County Ethics Commission and led the effort there to update and modernize the Cook County Code of Ethics. Kathy told me that she wanted a best-in-class ethics ordinance for the village, and I agreed to take on the task. We worked hard to draft that ethics code, and we were proud of it. It was best in class, except it turned out that it wasn't. Towards the end of the process, the outside counsel for the village made edits to the code, and one tiny edit that I and my fellow Ethics Commission members missed on our final read-through completely gutted the ethics ordinance by taking jurisdiction of conflict of interest charges away from the commission. This change wasn't flagged by outside counsel, it was never discussed, and it was affected by a minor edit to the draft that we did not notice. To this day, I do not know why this change was inserted, but it completely undermined all the work that we did. It changed the ethics code from best in class to worst in class. Failing to have an independent and trained body to investigate charges of conflicts of interest is at best whiffy and at worst sets the stage for cronyism and corruption, exactly what we were asked to prevent. And let's be clear about something. The Ethics Commission has no power to enforce the ethics code. Their job is to investigate independent ethics allegations and to provide recommendations to the board, which retains the power to enforce the code. The change effected by outside counsel robbed this board of the resources of the Ethics Commission. Instead of having an independent group of legal professionals investigate any conflict claims, this change turned it all over to the board, which does not have the time to conduct an investigation or to conduct hearings. In the case of the claim made earlier this year, the allegation was turned over to the outside lawyer who provided an opinion on the claim without conducting any investigation and reached a conclusion that I don't think anyone on the Ethics Commission would have supported. This is not how these claims are meant to be adjudicated. I am not aware of any jurisdiction that outsources claims of conflicts of interest to the government entity's outside lawyer, which is not an independent entity. That process is not defensible. The members of the Ethics Commission were shocked early this year to learn of this change when the conflict of interest charge was levied, and we received a letter from outside counsel telling us we had no jurisdiction over the allegation. The members of the Ethics Commission were deeply disturbed by this turn of events and suggested that we meet to redraft the ethics ordinance and to restore it to its prior state. The Ethics Commission decided to take a fresh look at the ethics code, and in addition to restoring its jurisdiction over conflict of interest claims, we made some additional, mainly minor adjustments for clarity and to give better instructions to citizens on how to make a claim under the code. I urge you to pass this ordinance. These changes are necessary to restore the integrity of the investigative process and to provide this board the resources it needs to investigate any purported ethics violation. My fellow commission member also asked me to read his statement, and I'll do that. To the Village of River Forest Board of Trustees from Gregory Ignoffo, resident 307 Franklin, and member of the local Ethics Commission. This is dated July 14. I regret my inability to attend this evening's meeting, but am grateful to Chairwoman Daly for her willingness to read the statement on my behalf. In 2022, the River Forest Ethics Commission was charged with creating a best-in-class ethics ordinance which represented our village's commitment to good governance. An ordinance was drafted by the commission and thereafter adopted by the village board. Since adoption in April 2022, it has become evident that the ordinance, as adopted, falls short of the best-in-class benchmark. Specifically, the current ordinance prevents the Ethics Commission from investigating ethics complaints involving conflicts of interest, a key role of any legitimate local ethics commission. Over the past few months, the Ethics Commission has diligently worked to revise the current ordinance remedying this deficiency, along with a few other relatively minor ones. Presently, before the village board is a revised ethics ordinance which the Ethics Commission firmly believes represents the best-in-class standard. In keeping with our village's commitment to good governance, I urge the board to adopt this revised ordinance as drafted and presented by the Ethics Commission. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Peggy. Yep.
I have a question.
Yep.
Since Staley is not going to be in attendance.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions on this.
Yeah, but when we get there, we can.
Here's
yeah.
the problem. The problem is I'm going to vote no because there's some things in there that I think that need to be tightened up.
Okay.
And I'd hope my fellow trustees would agree with me.
Yep.
And so therefore, no one from the Ethics Commission will be here to
I agree. I was a bit surprised.
asked. I'll stay.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you, Peggy.
Okay.
I
I mean, I think it's
appreciate
minor
it.
stuff, but I think
So-
there's some gaps that just need a little.
That's fine. I mean, I don't, here, I mean, as long as, Peggy, you say that would be great. Because if there are questions, it's best that we get them from your answer versus trying to figure it out. So, I appreciate you staying. Thank you. I thought that was going to happen, but no worries. We'll get through it. All right. So, all right. And then Margie? Yep. No.
Margie Seconder, River Oaks Drive, 500 block. You have before you a revised ethics ordinance to broaden the scope of the Ethics Commission on oversight on all ethical standards, to ensure anonymity of a complainant until the EC Ethics Commission rules on the validity of a complaint for further investigation, to tighten rules of confidentiality, to specify enforcement and penalties, and to deliver a much improved policy to our village, which was promised to us 3 years ago. The EC meeting minutes from 3 years ago state items to focus on included conflicts of interest and requiring confidentiality of complaints. In the EC, you have well-regarded expertise with commissioners who have demonstrated their knowledge of and concern for good governance at a time when some elected officials fall short of ethical standards. This revision follows the EC's realization in January its limited oversight on ethics complaints after a conflict of interest complaint was filed on the EDC's recommendation to award a contract to the employer of a sitting commissioner. The Ethics Commission requested the board await its rewrite, but the board chose on February 10th to award a $100,000 plus contract to JLL to market and sell 3 village-owned parcels along Madison Street. Future village-owned parcels may well be added, as the EDC chairman, Economic Development Chairman Brown, has stated in 2024 he'd like one broker for all village parcels for decades to come, and he's reiterated similar comments May of 2025 about growing business for JLL. The ethics revision began in August of 21, continued to March of 2022. In the January 20th, 2022 packet, page 16 is the reference to that Greg Smith, then village attorney with the law firm Kleinthorpe Jenkins, proposed changing the code to limit the EC's authority to 2 minor sections, gift ban and political activities, notating in the margin that the EC's authority was unchanged from that currently in place. Those changes flowed through to the EC recommendation to the village board in April. No one stated the village trustees changed the language, Trustee Vasquez. I certainly didn't. In April of 2022, the trustees approved the new ordinance. President Ducey touted it as best in class. Far from it. You heard tonight. How could it have been written and approved in this form? Chair Daley stated at the January 2025 Ethics Commission hearing they had not seen this language. They had just discovered conflicts of interest were outside their purview. I argued the exec session of that group should not have occurred. Residents are denied the minutes and the audio from that. In January, President Ducey named me as the complainant in violation of the ethics ordinance. No one should be named before the Ethics Commission considers the validity of an ethics complaint. What enforcement and penalties were assessed? I'm aware of none. Some board members attempted to belittle me, but it was a clear conflict of interest and no one else reported it. This board needs to evaluate its ordinance under even more egregious behaviors, more serious complaints, and other circumstances. Regarding JLL, it was pre-selected if you listen to the audio and read the minutes. Wednesday Journal published in June of 2021 that Dominican hired JLL to sell its priory. August 9th of that year, Ducey appointed JLL Senior Managing Director to the EDC. During the selection review in 2024, the EDC formed a subcommittee of 2 commissioners and 1 or 2 staff to hear proposals to address village needs. That group circumvented Open Meetings Act minutes requirement, so there aren't any. I notified the EDC its process to review proposals and select the EDC's commissioner's firm. JLL was a conflict of interest. Trustee Vasquez left the room when he had conflicts of interest rather than appear improper during potential deliberations. There was no published criteria for selection provided, despite my requesting it. Ethics complaints were filed after notifying the EDC. Quote, JLL emerged as a preferred choice, end quote. At the January EDC meeting, JLL presented its strategy to the entire EDC with the aim, quote, to familiarize the commissioners with JLL's capabilities and the service it could offer, end quote. If all goes well, quote, commissioners will be asked to vote on recommending the contract, end quote. All those quotes, Jessica Spencer, January 15th, memo to the EDC. Who decided what the needs were? Who picked JLL? A FOIA returned almost no information except Matt Walsh's presentation in January 27th. JLL was actually selected in August. The EDC delayed announcing the choice until its January 15th meeting after neighborhood
Margie,
dialogues.
it's over 5 minutes. I'd like you to please.
Well, I think the last public speaker also ran over.
No,
So
we've got a
if I
timer
could-
here.
Okay.
We're looking at a timer. So I'd ask you just to wrap it up.
Thank
please.
you so much.
Thank you.
After the EDC delayed announcing the choice until after the neighborhood dialogue's final report to the village board because Mr. Walsh stated on January 27th the village board would be disingenuous to announce the choice of a broker before the dialogue's report. I called for a review of the rewrite from 3 years ago. Who directed Greg Smith to make those changes? Why didn't the EDC and the staff manage the conflict of interest, report the conflict of interest? Is there a conflict of interest for an employee of the same law firm, the village attorney, advising the EC on Mr. Smith's proposed changes? Had the EDC adhered to
Okay, I'm
proper
going to ask you to stop
procedures,
now. It's 6
ethics
minutes.
complaints
Like,
would not have been
Margie,
filed, and the
thank you.
EDC or the village would not have tried to remedy violation. I encourage the board to pass the ordinance, accept no form on the village website, because that is not confidential, as been proven. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
And
Margie.
thank you for the extra time.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, and then I think that is it on our list. So, other than Peter, when we get to April, so remind me, Peter, please. All right, so we'll move on to the elected officials' comments and announcements. I'll go ahead with Erica, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course. I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement. So, as we begin, we are mindful that we hold these meetings on land that was once and still inhabited by Indigenous people, including the Ojibwa, the Chippewa, Menominee, Potawatomi nations, and more. We will remember our nation's history and honor the Native people as stewards of this land that was colonized, and that River Forest continues to be a place many people from diverse backgrounds live and gather. I don't really have any additional comments tonight. I did see in I believe it was the January 25th hard copy of the Wednesday Journal, a 2-page article with photos from the Pride Parade. So again, just very proud of all the effort that went with Trustee Cascatello, Supervisor John Beckvar, everyone here at the village for your support. So thank you.
Thanks. Lisa?
Okay, I'm going to give one more shout out to our police department and then basically make a request. So I'm going to tell my story because as people know, I do that, and I'll be quick. Basically, earlier this month, a citizen called and asked the police department to do a wellness check on a senior citizen in our town who appeared to be living in a condo of 5 stories high, 20 units, that did not have any electricity. They were walking up and down the steps. That building is also one that contains a lot of senior citizens. So a wellness check turned into an opportunity to serve the village in a different way. So a thank you to Ricky Caceres, Corporal Agnes Murillo, and Commander Marty Grill. Because what had happened is the wellness check on one citizen turned into a wellness check of the 40 units. So there's usually more than one person in that unit. And it also led to a very motivational call to ComEd to fix the problem so that electricity was turned back on and the senior citizens who predominantly live in this building could use the elevators and have air conditioning. So a big thank you for serving our village in many ways. We talked about a lot of, kind of crime fighting. This is a different type of support that is just as important. And also, I want to remind everybody to really look out after neighbors. It was a River Forest citizen who called for that, for that wellness check. It is hot. We have a lot of different kinds of weather. We have a lot of different people who with a lot of different conditions. So please take the time. If you don't see your neighbor for a while, give a call. If they seem a little off, give them a call. Because we should be one community working together to ensure the health and safety of all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Okay. Nothing, just good evening, everyone, and I'll defer my comments for the next meeting since we have a big agenda.
Yep. Okay, very good. Rose, anything?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Katie?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things. First, we have not had a village board meeting since the Juneteenth flag raising, which seems like a very long time ago at this point, but still, it merits mentioning that it was a fabulous event, and I acknowledge our great planning team that in the last minute had to pivot because of weather. We moved it from outside to inside, and it was really lovely. I also want to give recognition to the entire planning team, which included Sheila Radford Hill, Ariel Schick, and Fran Arnold with the library, Renee Duba, Kirk Johnson, Trish Ivansek with the village staff, and myself. Even though this was our fourth year in planning and holding the flag raising, it still took months of planning, coordination, and cooperation and creativity amongst all of us. So I'm very grateful for our planning group. Also, thank yous to the village staff for their participation, including the fire department's Dave Buchanek, who helped the Girl Scouts raise the flag in the sprinkly rain, and Public Works, and all of the admin, including Matt, Luke, and others who helped immensely with the setup and breakdown. It was nice to have all of you there and to have the village show of support. Okay, two other things. I want to reiterate two requests that I made of Matt earlier this week, I think, or maybe last week. And Matt, I think that you responded to these about an hour ago, but I haven't had a chance to review. It might be helpful for everyone if you gave your response also. So first, I asked Matt if there were any changes that were made to a village board meeting schedule, that they be highlighted to the village board and vetted and not simply changed on the schedule without any notice. And the second request is that we get our schedule for the first 6 months of 2026 as soon as possible, because we're all making travel plans. I'm making travel plans both for work and pleasure, some of which I don't have control over those plans and the dates. And at the very least, if we can't get all 6 months of the first 6 months of 2026, if you can at least give us the first January, February, March, because those of us on this board want to be at meetings, want to show up, want to help represent the residents, and it's a real shame if we can't be here because the schedule isn't out on time or it changes without notice. So you want to give your response, Matt?
No, I'll give it. I mean,
I sent it to Matt. But
yeah, okay, fair enough. But I will respond. I mean, Matt can respond too. I mean, we all work together to try to get it right. But January, February, March, and April, they don't change. Those are every second and fourth, of the month. The only ones that change is May and the summer months. May because we have Memorial Day Parade. And then June, July, and August, we go down to one meeting a month. And then we start up September, October, November. So all of these have been in place for as long as I know. I've been here. I mean, they don't change. It's the second and fourth Monday of every month. And correct me if I'm wrong on that.
As far as I can remember, I think the summer months have been the single month, and then occasionally, depending on how the holiday falls in December,
right.
Might be a single month.
Might be a single month.
There might be last minute changes,
right.
But
so we've been doing that for 10 years, certainly as long as everybody's been on the board. But and I think Matt does a very good job of sending out emails to remind our trustees, because I know I need it, of all the dates. So maybe we just need to be mindful of these emails and maybe highlight it. I don't know how else you can highlight it, but certainly, if anything, if we could do anything that would make you read something, we'll do it.
I don't think it's a question of having us read documents that come to us.
Okay.
I think it's a question of highlighting that there's been a change. That was my concern, because I based some travel that I have next month based on the village board meeting schedule that I saw at the time that I made my plans. And then there was a change, and you did send something out in April, at the end of April, April 29th.
April 9th, I think. April 9th?
It was April 9th.
Yeah.
Okay.
April 9th.
And, but you didn't, it was the whole summer list, and you didn't pinpoint that this date has changed. So it was,
Okay.
your email addressed many other things as well. So there was nothing in that would have caused one to understand, oh my gosh, there's been a change in the schedule. I need to figure out what to do about that.
Okay.
That's my request.
All right.
And then also, I guess since we've had a couple residents who've asked about the discussion of term limits, I'll just say I'm not available on August 25th, which is the date that either you or Kathy told the press was going to be the date that we discussed term limits, and I'm not sure what's happening with that.
Well, we're going to have to figure it out, Katie, because we didn't know you weren't available. So, I mean, that's the first time we heard it was in the press, which I think is a little unprofessional. It would have been nice to say, I'm not available that day.
I had no idea there was a meeting on the 25th.
Well, it's April 9th email. I don't know. It's on the website. I don't know. You know, the website emails, apparently that's not enough, but we'll figure out how to accommodate and get, I don't know, highlight it. I don't know. But we'll have to figure out now what are our next steps. So we'll let you know. I mean, we're not going to determine it around this table at this time because it will take a good hour to get done just to try to figure out everybody's schedule.
Yeah, I was just asking Matt because Matt had responded to me with some other potential dates, and I didn't know where those stood.
Go ahead.
No. As of right now, the next meeting is August 25th. I know there are some scheduling conflicts out there, and I believe the intent is to have a meeting date where everyone's available to discuss, at least for the term limits.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I just said
Thank
that.
you.
Okay. We'll double up on it, apparently. Okay, thanks. Meg.
Thank you, Katie, for the Juneteenth event. That was a beautiful event. I really liked seeing it. The Girl Scouts had a great time. It was fun as a parent to bring my kids, so I very much appreciate that. Thank you to our officers for their brave service. I read about some of those incidents, and I'm very glad that they're receiving commendations for their hard work. And to our boards, commissions, and committees who put together ordinance and reports for this meeting, and our staff tonight, which is substantive. In the future, I recognize summer has traditionally been a low season. We might consider having another village board meeting during the summer. 3 may not be enough to conduct the business of the village that we need to do. So as we're scheduling for 2026, I'd like us to consider.
We can, Megan. It's hard because we don't know what the issues are going to come. So, we tried, like with the term limits, to find a special meeting date, and we couldn't get that. So, I mean, I just ask that you help us be a little bit flexible on bigger issues like that. So we would love to found a special meeting where we could have addressed the term limits, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to do that.
Yes.
Right
So what I'm saying is that in 2026, I'm hoping that we can schedule 4 meetings instead of 3, and then we can always cancel if we don't have village business. But given this agenda, I do feel like we've got lots of business to conduct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, certainly. Okay, great. Okay, Bob.
First of all, I'm surprised nobody brought it up, but today's that special day where vehicle stickers are due. So I'm sure the counters, they were lined up at the counters to get their vehicle stickers today. If not, tomorrow's a different day. So, and the consequences that come with that. So just real quick, a couple of things. People have talked about the departments and everything. Real interesting department packets this time around. The work the fire department is doing, not only being out there fighting fires and ambulance runs and all the other things they do. This program, I had an opportunity to spend some time with Tom. This program that they're involved with at Concordia, really a home run. So congratulations to you and your team on that. Kevin's work with fire prevention, always important. So again, these things are kind of the ones that are buried a little bit in the reports. Chief Greenwood, your team, again, an example of everything that you guys do. And I swear to God, if I see Jack walking up and down the streets one more time looking at sewers, I'm going to have somebody put an air tag on him. You know, Jack, you and your team are out there. I know that you got a couple of sewer projects going on in the area, but I was surprised again the other day that you were walking down the street, and I was just like, okay, Jack. But congratulations to all the departments. Matt, your leadership is truly coming out. Other than that, we're kind of heading towards the backside of summer. A lot of kids out riding bikes. Please encourage your children to put their helmets on. I've seen a lot of kids riding around without helmets on. Chief, we still have our 7-Eleven or candy program or whatever. So hopefully these kids are taking advantage of that. So, but that's all I got for tonight.
All right, thanks, Bob. Yeah, and I'll just be real short because we've got much to do. But I just want to say it kind of ditto what everybody said around the table in terms of a lot of the events that we've had over June, especially June timeframe, and all the effort that went on to get those events done, whether it was the Pride or the Juneteenth. Certainly, we all appreciate those efforts. And of course, the participation in it. And we've talked about volunteerism. I put an article in the Wednesday Journal about volunteerism. It is the core of our existence here in River Forest. We are all volunteers at some level, and we respect every commissioner that gets appointed. And I'll talk more about that because often we get criticized too about some of the commissioners that get appointed, but we shouldn't. We should be very proud of all of them. They work hard day in and day out. So that's all I'll say at this point, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. We've got a long one, so if there's a trustee to move and to second the...
Before we do that, I'd like to pull items 6G, 6I, and 6O, please.
Could we also pull 6N?
N as in Nancy?
N as in Nancy, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so if I can get a motion and a second on those items, A through F, H, J, K, L, M.
Motion to approve consent agenda items A through F, H, J through M.
Yep, that's it. Okay, second. Is anybody second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on those items? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to read out aloud those items and then take the vote.
Item 6A, Village Board of Trustee meeting minutes, June 9th, 2025. B, Village Board of Trustees executive session meeting minutes, June 9th, 2025. C, monthly department reports. D, administration department report. E, accounts payable, June 2025, $2,248,086.07. F, June 2025 financial report. H, purchase approval, Police Department Women's Locker Room renovation, Bradford Systems, $32,000. J, award of contract, engineering for design of permeable paver parking lot, Christopher B. Burke Engineering, $73,890. K, change order, Harlem Right-In, Right-Out Traffic Installation Project, $4,310.80. L, change order, 2025 curb and sidewalk replacement program, $32,214. M, award of contract, water main engineering design, Keystone and Franklin, V3 Companies Limited, $52,705. Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take them individually. Okay, so item G, if I can get a motion and a second on item G, and then we'll discuss the issue.
Motion to improve item 6G, purchase approval, Axon Air Skydio X10 drone, Axon Enterprise, $28,000.
Second.
Now, who pulled this? I'm sorry.
I did. I pulled it because I wasn't clear about some of the information in the packet. The recommendation here seems to be to buy the Axon system. And that contract is for $46,648.40, but the recommendation is for $29,000, which was I don't know, maybe a different vendor, DSLR Pros.
This now. Yeah, well, I'll have Greenwood.
Speak to it too.
Yeah, well, we'll do Greenwood. Sure. Can't figure out who's in charge anymore.
Thank you. So as far as this item goes, the amount reflected for the Axon product, the total amount over 5 years is $46,648. In year one, it would be the amount, I believe it's the $29,000, and then it would be 4 years of essentially software and licensing after that, broken up. It's just over $4,000 per year, versus the DSLR Pros, which would be the hardware, and then where there's no licensing necessarily that goes with that in the out years. It's just the product itself, just the hardware, and then you're off on your own. And the flock safety was cost prohibitive and had out year costs higher than Axon's.
Okay, so we're being asked to approve 29 something for Axon. The overall contract for Axon is 46 something, but we're only paying 29 this year.
Correct. And then in the out years, the 4,000 and change will come out of operating budget rather than out of the CIP.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Any other questions for Chief? Okay, great. Let's, if you can read it. And then, yeah, please.
Item G, purchase approval, Axon Air Skidio X10 drone, Axon Enterprises, $29,000. Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. I. So if I can get a motion and a second on item I. I don't know who pulled this.
Motion to approve an intergovernmental agreement renewal with Metropolitan Water Reclamation District Village Hall Permeable Parking Lot Project.
Second.
Thanks. Okay. I'm sorry. Who?
I pulled this one
Okay, great.
also. So this is a partnership, an intergovernmental agreement with the MWRD for green infrastructure program to allow stormwater to infiltrate into the ground where it falls and store it rather than flowing through the sewer systems, which are often overwhelmed with intense storm and rain events. This is covering the police department parking lot. And I had a couple questions about that. Are we keeping the same number of parking spots? And what happens with the fire department training structure that we have there vis-a-vis this program?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of parking spots, our intention is to keep the parking spots that we have. We're not looking to do anything with that. We are really just looking to change the material from asphalt to permeable pavers. There's going to be a lot of concrete involved, similar to what you saw with the green alleys. You'll have select places where you have concrete and then remaining permeable pavers.
Okay, and the fire department structure will stay there? It'll be supportable by this?
Yeah, the permeable paver parking structure will be developed in such a way to be able to handle the vehicles and the items that are placed upon them.
Okay, one other question. There's something in the materials about the MWRD reimburses the village for water retained rather than runoff.
Yeah. So the way that the grant works is we had to initially, when we go in and submit for the grant, I had to take the square footage or the area, and then I had to calculate the depth, and then I had to say how much porous material was between the rocks and the stone. So they reimburse based on how much water is able to be retained underground before it runs off into the sewers. And there's a maximum, so that's why you see the 150. We couldn't get any more.
Okay. Thanks, that's really helpful.
Yep.
Is that something that's just for that parking lot, or do we get a grant similar for our alleys as well?
We did receive this similar green infrastructure grant for the alleys, for particular alleys. This is the same grant program, just a different cycle.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Jack, thank you. Okay, if we can read it and get a vote.
Okay, item I, intergovernmental agreement renewal with Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, Village Hall permeable parking lot project. Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. So let's move on to N. If I can get a motion in a second for item N.
I move to approve item 6N, amendment to the Village Code Section 9-7-2, vehicle use regarding administrative tows and the ordinance.
Second.
I'm not sure who pulled this.
I pulled this one.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
Regarding vehicle use during commission of offense B, violations or offenses subject to seizure and impoundment. Number 6, that one is leaving the scene of a crime involving vehicular damage. And I'm concerned that a fender bender may fall under that purview, making sure that we're able to understand how that particular piece is being utilized.
Hello again. In reference to those incidents, it would be incidents where the property damage is over $500, where it would be a reportable offense to your insurance company.
And there'd be no delayed action, say someone reported it to their insurance, which required them to then make a police report. The other person wouldn't be subject to this.
No, we
Okay.
typically don't do retroactive administrative tows. It's more of the incidents where people
Need
the hit and run and actually flee. It's not a late reported accident, correct?
Okay. Thank you for the
You're
clarification.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you, Megan. All right, so if I can, we've got the, read it and we'll vote it.
Okay. Item N, amendment to Village Code Section 9-7-2, vehicle use regarding administrative tows ordinance. Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Okay. And then item O. So if I can get a motion in a second on item O.
Move to approve section, item 6O, amendment to Village Code Section 8-1-6, additional regulations, prohibition of fireworks and explosives ordinance.
Okay, great. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Okay.
I pulled this one.
Yep.
I pulled it because of just some drafting issues. I agree with it. I think we should have it, but I think we should have it in a really clear format so that our residents and non-residents who are subject to this can understand it. So I guess I can start with my initial edits and move on. The first is on page 281 of the packet. It's section B1. The last sentence, I don't understand. The last sentence of that section reads,
Trustee Brennan,
Yeah.
if I may, that error was pointed out, and the version that was on the table has struck that language out that references the vehicular code, so that portion has been removed, and that's the draft that is on the dais this evening.
Okay. I think I did see something here. Okay.
Do you want to just take this off and maybe give us your, if there's a lot, Katie, we can take them.
I would be very happy to take it off and
Okay.
let's clean it up and
Yeah.
make sure it's really clear and easy for people to understand.
That makes complete sense. Because I agree. I think we need something because we don't have something. But more importantly, we need to be clear on the enforcement as well. So, okay, let's take it off.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can withdraw my motion
Okay.
and defer it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so why don't we move on to recommendations of boards, commissions, and committees. And the one we've got is the Zoning Board of Appeals. This is the consideration of the special use permit for Diamond in the Rough. If I can get a motion in a second.
Motion to approve the special use ordinance for pet care, except veterinary services for Diamond in the Rough of River Forest, Inc. at 7355 North Avenue.
Okay. I don't know.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if there's anything we need to report on this. I think it, Peggy coming up here? Okay, no, you're just moving. Okay.
Can I just ask
yeah.
a question? So first of all, it's great that we're relocating a business within the village. Are they taking advantage of our program with the EDC as they relocate to their new space?
No, not as of yet. I believe we have mentioned it to them in some of our meetings. I don't think there's any planned facade improvements at this point, but we'll make sure that the applicant is aware of that program.
I mean, it's a great
Absolutely.
step to help
That's exactly
somebody.
what
And
it's
again,
designed for.
keeping somebody in the village is really important. Thank you.
Okay. Any other
So I have a couple of questions about this item. The vote from the ZBA was 4-1, and Chairman Martin voted no because of an altercation or an issue involving one of the principals of this business. And I wanted to hear the Chairman Martin's discussion with the principal of the business on this topic. So I tried to listen to the audio from the ZBA meeting, the 6/26 meeting, and it's not posted on our website. So that's too bad because I didn't get to have access to the information that I need to make a vote here. And I would just ask in general, a general request, I'd rather not see anything on our agenda if we don't have the supporting documents and audios available.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And then in addition to that, at the end of this portion in the packet, there's reference to additional materials in a Dropbox, which I could not for the life of me access when I tried to click on it. So the link is dead. So there's two pieces of information.
Katie, did you ask?
There's
anything?
there's two pieces of information that I was not able to access, but I was supposed to access in order to, make an educated decision.
And I respect that. I just, all I ask is that you could have had all of that if you had let Nat know what the issues were ahead of time, like your drop down didn't work or you couldn't get information or.
Was anyone else able to access the Dropbox?
No.
Was anyone else able to access the audio?
No, I did try to access the audio.
Yeah.
Was not available.
Yeah, it's not available. Nobody's denying that. I'm just saying if there was an issue that it would have been nice to have it requested prior, because there's a lot that everyone's trying to get done, but certainly those things could get done.
Yeah, there's a lot everyone's trying to get done.
Right, exactly. So, okay, any other questions regarding this special permit? Okay, I'd like to take the vote.
I would ask that we defer the vote till we can have access to the information that we need.
Well,
I guess I would say we should vote on it. This is I know there was an issue. It was a big issue, right? And I'd like to think a person that's had a business here for 30 years, we would give them the chance to move forward. They were on North Avenue. They went down to Madison. They're coming back to North Avenue. And I would like to give them a chance.
we also have Ann, I think the owner of if you want to maybe speak on anything, Ann. So go ahead, you can go to the podium. Yeah, I mean, anything that you feel is. Yeah. If you have anything, Katie, that you'd like to ask?
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to get up to the microphone because you have to be on the microphone.
You have to talk into the microphone.
Are you able to give us some information about the conversation that you had with Chairman Martin at the 6/26 meeting, ZBA meeting, so we can understand what happened?
He asked if I knew that we were on television. I said, yes, I knew that we were on television.
Can you pull the,
There you go,
Thank you. So what questions do you have concerning?
I wanted to know what the discussion was at the meeting that I couldn't hear on the audio.
He just asked if I knew that we were on television, and he wanted to know a little bit about what happened. And all I said to him was that it was an edited video. It wasn't the full story. We had been
in that location for about 8 years before the new tenants arrived. And for a year, I asked them to be respectful of each business that was there. She yelled at Lisa at In-N-Out Fitness. She moved her business. She yells at Charlie and Charlie's employees because to me, my clients, is very important that they have ample parking. And when they take up 2 spaces because they didn't want their nice car dented, and I would ask them, no, there's other businesses here. We all pay rent. Please just park in front of your store in your space.
Yeah.
And she would scream and yell and tell me I had no right to talk to her.
So, and this is what you spoke to Frank about, Mr. Martin?
Pretty
on
much, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I tried to explain to him the situation and how it escalated into what it was. It wasn't good. You know, Robert's actions were not good. But when they threatened to knock me out, every time I'd ask them to be respectful of all the businesses, all they wanted to do is beat me up. And it just is not, I just did not consider them proper business owners. I mean, I've been here for 30 years and I've never experienced anything like that from any of the other businesses. Lisa's business at In-N-Out Fitness, she was amazing. You know, she was nice, her clients were nice, everybody, it was a nice community. And then it just, it turned into something where Glenda and her employees, they just cared about their car. They didn't care about any of the other businesses that were there. They didn't pick up the garbage. Then Robert and I were always out there cleaning up after everybody. And it was just bad. And it just escalated, and he was wrong for what he did. And
so, Ann, is that one of the reasons you're moving?
Too.
Is that one of the reasons you're moving to North Avenue? I mean,
yeah, and well, when they sold the business, when Jack Strand sold the property, they raised our rent like $600. So we figured it would just be beneficial for us to stay and purchase something that would be long-term for the next 15, 20 years, I'm hoping. So, and that's why, and I really apologize to everybody because I just figured since I was here for 30 years, I'd just be able to continue and move, and I didn't go through the special permits when I first was thinking about purchasing it, so. That's why I'm here now, is to ask for everybody's approval and
I guess
continue on.
I've got a question as well. I saw the CBS report and with the video, and part of the video shows the other owner with a hammer and taking that hammer to a video camera that's outside of the premises and hitting it and removing it with the hammer. I guess the proprietor of the other business had a indoor camera, and so they caught on tape him with a hammer, taking that. So to me, that does seem like, in Chairman Frank Martin's opinion, I agree with it, to be endangering and detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, morals, and general welfare of the village and its residents. Do you have anything to say towards that?
Well, there was nobody at the business at the time. He wasn't going to harm anybody. We really thought that they had finally been evicted because they had forcible entry in Suite 2 and 3. And we thought when we came back from being closed for 2 weeks after surgery that they had moved. And he took it upon himself to dismantle their camera because he in his mind, they were videotaping all the clients that were going in and out of Charlie's spot, our spot, and stuff like that. And I told him not to do it, but he thought that he was doing a service to the people that walk up and down the sidewalk at 7756 Madison Street.
So damaging property isn't detrimental?
Well, he was wrong, and he had community service, and they did go to court, and he did pay them back for their camera, and community service, and he's on probation and stuff like that. And I mean, I was just grooming dogs. I did not agree with what he did, and he didn't really tell me what he was doing. He just came back and he said he did that, and I told him that was not proper. But he was not, there was nobody in their business at the time. There was no one in the parking lot. It was empty, and I have no excuses for his bad behavior. I mean.
Thank you, Ann. I think.
I have a question. I know your neighbors do use some of that space behind their buildings to park, their clients. I know that your neighbors, your new neighbors, will use some of that space to park, including Novik Orthodontics. They have on their website that you can park behind their building. They do. Have you spoken to your neighbors yet?
Oh, just a little bit. No, I didn't. One person called and wants to rent parking space from us, but we're not interested in that because we're using it for our clients.
I could conceivably see people mistakenly parking in your new premises.
Right.
So I would encourage you to reach out so that the businesses, which include a child psychologist and a medical office and the orthodontist, that they understand.
Yeah, and I thought it would be safer for everybody too to use the back entrance, especially with the dogs on the front. With you said it's the family practice right there, and then the doctors right there.
And the orthodontist also uses that back lot.
That's why I wanted to use the back entrance. Yeah, but yeah, once we were approved and can occupy that space instead of selling it, we were going to reach out to them. Hopefully this week we were hoping to tell them, because someone had called us and asked us to rent the space, and I haven't called them back yet. I mean, if we're going to sell the building, I'll let them rent it, but until we sell it. But if we're going to occupy the space, then no, that'd be just for our clients.
Does the village reach out to the neighbors of this location to ask for, or to let them know for the special use permit request, and are they able to send letters in? Is that part of what was in the Dropbox that we didn't see?
So as part of the special use zoning process, letters are mailed out to any property owner within 500 feet of the property, just like a variation, very similar process. So that is what, so any neighbors could conceivably have submitted letters. The letters in that Dropbox link were letters of support received by the applicant and shared. So there were over 60 letters of support received from customers and other that were submitted by the applicant. Those were what was included in that Dropbox. There were no comments at the public hearing against the application, and the village did not receive any comments from neighbors expressing any concerns.
Okay,
about
so
the
we sent the
operation.
letter out and we heard nothing back from the other to-be neighbors.
Correct. In fact, there's 2 rounds, one in advance of the zoning board public hearing and then one in advance of the village board meeting.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Okay, well, I think we will go ahead and take the vote, please.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
I'm torn on this one, but I am going to vote yes and wish you best of luck at your new location.
Trustee Bachner?
No, for the reasons I mentioned.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Ann, congratulations. Go ahead and your special permit, use permit is in. Okay, thank you, Ann. Okay, appreciate it. So we'll move on to the Ethics Commission. So this is the consideration of the amendments to the ethics ordinance. So I'll need a motion and a second.
I move to approve an ordinance amending Chapter 23 Ethics of the Village Code.
Second.
Okay. All right, so we've had some time to look over the ethics ordinance, but before we go, I want to make sure everyone understands that the Ethics Commission is appointed by me and then, of course, approved by the village board. And so I'm proud of the 3 commissioners that are on the board. It proves that we are constantly trying to reach out to our community and get lots of different people involved in our government, contrary to, frankly, what we hear out in sometimes in a small little area, not a lot. So I'm very proud that, frankly, what happened here. I think it was an error. I don't think anybody did anything intentional. And And I think we're going to fix it. And I think that's the best piece of it all. And that I am proud of. And that I believe our intent has always been the best of class. So, Peggy, on behalf of, at least myself and the board members, we appreciate your effort, and the other two commissioners, because we know it's not easier, and we know that you're constantly getting, not constantly, but some attack, which is unfortunate. Okay, so you've heard Peggy talk a little bit earlier. So if you've got questions on the ordinance, we could go through those. I don't.
I'm not going to stir the pot up, but what I am going to ask is, when I'm reading through this, it's kind of open, and when I mean open, it's open in terms of time frames. You have, in section 1-23(8), it says the commission shall meet within a reasonable time to conduct its initial review. What is a reasonable amount of time? Following the initial review, the commission may determine there's a reasonable basis for a complaint. If that, what's the time frame for all this? Okay, and you get to 4 weeks down there. That's an awful lot of time. Okay, and so let me just finish for a second. What happens and what has happened is people's names get out in the community that this stuff is going on. And so what I'd like to understand, and what I'd like to ask you to go back and come back to us with, is a timeline of when this is going to happen. Okay? Just saying a reasonable amount of time, that can go on for 3 or 4 weeks. You could decide all this. You could meet 2 days before the 4 weeks is up, have a meeting the day before, and then 4 weeks later we're getting this. So I just like a little bit of clarity.
Well, so Peggy, do you mind taking this podium, because people do listen to the audio?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there specific, can you point me specifically to the provisions that you're talking about, so that I can look at it and,
Yeah.
and read
The
it?
use of the term reasonable time.
No,
the
it's,
first,
but
the first
where?
Right here in 23, in I don't know what page it is on what you have, but
If you just give me the section.
23, section 1-23-8.
Uh-huh.
Goes on. The first bullet point is the commission shall meet within a reasonable time to conduct its initial review. The ordinance adds language that the commission shall work quickly as possible to resolve all complaints. Following the initial review, the commission may determine there's a reasonable basis for a complaint. If the commission determines that there is a reasonable basis, the proposed language states that the complaint may be shared with the village officials and the individuals who are subject to the complaints. The ordinance proposes to remove language suggesting an additional meeting may be held between the initial review and the hearing. The language states that a hearing must be held within 4 weeks of receipt of a complaint. The language remains the same. The commission shall issue a determination or recommendation as soon as practical after the hearing is concluded. It's
Part of the problem with putting specific time limits, like 2 days, is that you will miss that. These are volunteers, they're lawyers, and they're very busy. And so it's very,
Not
very
always
difficult.
be lawyers.
Right,
They're
no,
just busy.
but everybody's busy.
Okay, right.
So
Agreed.
everybody's busy. If you put in a 48-hour deadline, you're probably going to blow it. So when we put in reasonable, which is what you see in almost all of the ethics codes that I've seen, we have an outside time limit of 4 weeks to make sure that we get it all done. And the hearing is taking place after we've taken in all the information, right? So it's getting everything done at the outside limit of 4 weeks. So I think that's a very reasonable thing to do.
With all due respect, I'm not going lawyer here, I'm going HR, okay? Look at it from an HR standpoint, okay? In terms of people's names getting out there and things going on. 4 weeks is a long period of time to conduct an investigation, to have a hearing, and then get somebody back to understand whether or not they have a job. They're going to be, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. All I'm asking you is to give some consideration to coming up with some timeframes. I get you're a volunteer. I'm a volunteer. Okay, I'm not saying it's 48 hours. I'm not saying it's 15 minutes. All I'm asking you to do is to try to codify what it looks like for someone who's facing an accusation.
Well, at this stage, I'm sorry? At this stage, it's supposed to be anonymous, so the names are not out there in the community. This is where you're gathering information, and that's an outside time limit. We talked about deadlines. We actually had that conversation, and we made the decision that was the most reasonable thing to do was to have an outside limit that we knew we could meet, and would give us the opportunity. Everybody on that commission would work very hard to get it done as quickly as they possibly
not
could.
questioning. I'm not questioning that. I'm not
So
I'm not questioning
I'm
it.
not of the mind that this needs changing.
Bob, as you are talking about that and you are, saying that it's like with an HR hat, I'm thinking through like actual employees of the village, right? Versus maybe somebody like us or commission folks. Do we have anything within our HR? I don't know if Trish is here. There you are. Is there anything that we would have in place that would maybe not circumvent, but also like give us more guidelines around actual employees? I don't know if that is helpful.
I think the ethics.
Hold on.
Wait,
Hold
hang
on. Here comes a microphone.
Here comes a microphone.
I think the ethics ordinance and the employee handbook kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
So,
What do we have in the employee handbook for something like this in terms of time frame?
in terms of time frame,
To Bob's question around.
we don't have a time frame in the employee handbook.
Okay.
We would just take it as in a case by case basis. And if somebody brought a complaint to me or to Matt or to Jessica or to Rosie, whoever, we would do the investigation as quickly as we could.
Okay. And there's not something listed in the employee handbook.
I would say our collective bargaining agreements have timelines for when agreements is filed and the step process.
So where we need them, we've got them. It sounds like.
Well, that's not an ethics, I mean, that's a complaint. It could be like somebody harassed me or somebody did this.
Right.
We're talking about an ethics, like a breach of really like an ethics issue.
That's right, but the Ethics Commission will be able to investigate employees,
Oh, yeah.
correct?
I would hope.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the whole
then
part of it.
So that's
they
why
will
I'm
be,
asking.
yeah.
Yeah,
that's
so-
right.
Yeah, it includes all
yes.
considered.
So if our
Okay.
employee handbook doesn't have time frame listed, we do have time frames for those who are in collective bargaining that we need it. I feel like maybe we're covered.
So, I mean,
Well,
go ahead.
well, no, I'm just saying the collective bargaining agreements would be separate from at-will
Yeah.
employees only because of timing.
Yeah.
Whatever's agreed upon in the collective bargaining agreement, we're gonna have to honor.
Right.
Based on that, so I just want to be careful with that one.
I think that's what I'm
But,
saying.
yeah, okay, perfect, then yes, correct, okay.
I have another question.
You have some others too, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead, Katie.
okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just ask one and
Sure,
then let you go.
Go ahead.
So in the preamble, page 354 of the packet, it says that upon entering office, employment, or service to the village, each village-covered individual shall sign a statement affirming that they have read and understood the ethical standards in this chapter. And hand in hand in much of this document, it's village-covered individuals and contractors. And I'm wondering if we should be including contractors in this sentence. Should they also, was there an intent or discussion about having contractors also sign a statement affirming that they had read and understood the ethical standards in this chapter?
I believe, and I'm going to defer to the village council. I think that was something that came up, wasn't it, when we had this discussion?
Yes. Yes.
And
what was decided, or what's the reason not to include contractors?
I can't remember. There might have been a practicality aspect to it, but it's not in the final.
that was your counsel, as
Yeah.
I recall, that
Yeah.
they not be there, and so we deferred to your
You
judgment.
know, because contractors is kind of broad. They include lots of individuals that may be doing some work for the village in a contracted capacity. They, certainly for contractors that are hired as part of a long-term process, that could be made available to them.
I know that when we, around the village board table, we see contracts and from vendors, and there's sections in there about adhering to DEI requirements. Why wouldn't this just be another page?
Well, I think there are those contracts which are at a high level and are very public, but you might have an HVAC contractor come in on an emergency basis, for instance, to do some work, and I don't know that it's practical to have them staff be responsible to have them review something and sign it.
Well, those are smaller projects you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
No, but I think he's referring to the bigger
Larger.
contracts that we have. Yeah.
That's correct. And so I think the thought was contractors is broad. It's anybody that comes to
Right.
work for the village.
Okay.
And to your point, the bigger contracts typically have all those
Those
things
sections.
in them, in the contracts
Something that
themselves.
says that we've read in the village's ethics code and we will adhere to it?
It certainly could. I think we would probably put that in contract review now, because we add all that
Right.
language about they're aware of, hiring and ethics.
But what goes out in an RFP?
That's
know?
all in there too.
That's all in
I
there.
mean,
So we
I
can
think
add it
there's
in.
there's
Yeah.
some requirements,
Correct.
and I think if it's I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but if it's not part of it, it's a requirement that we could put in there that says you're going to abide by the village
Right.
standards and
Yeah.
laws and
So I mean,
regulations and all
my
that
thinking
stuff.
was this, and maybe I wasn't thinking of how we would do that, but this would be absorbed within all of that when we get when we put information out. But that to put in the code, there's this duty for the administration to make sure that every contractor, which is a broad group that doesn't necessarily include these higher level contracts. that
So
it's-
are you saying that we'll have a policy of including this language in our RFPs for bigger contracts?
Correct.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay, I agree with that.
Correct. On a to the, I guess to the extent practicable, the policy is to make our contractors aware of it, but I didn't advise adding it because of the large definition.
Yeah, why not put it in the RFP?
Yeah.
good idea.
Well, that would
We
be
will do
Matt.
that.
Yeah.
Huh?
If you
That
want
would be
somebody
Matt
to
to put
comply
in
with
the
something,
RFPs.
giving them a copy of it
Right.
is a
Right.
good start.
Right, right.
Sure. It's a great start.
Okay.
But in any event, that's why the language isn't included here, right?
Okay.
So I hope that
Reg,
helps.
yeah, it answers.
Okay, a couple of questions. First of all, I'm in generally support of everything here, except now I have questions.
Sure.
Just for clarification. There's references to anonymous, and you mentioned that as well. Is it, and I wanted to be clear, so are you referring to that the actual claimant allegation is anonymous to the Ethics Commission, but you know who that complainant is? You're just keeping it during the investigation so that only you, meaning the commission, knows who
There-
that person is when you
there's-
investigate?
There's
Or-
two types of
Okay,
anonymous
that's what I wanted
here.
to know.
You can make an anonymous complaint.
So,
It will be taken as anonymous complaints are taken. For example, and we had a lot of discussion about this.
Okay.
You don't want to prohibit anonymous complaints because somebody could attach
Right.
with an anonymous complaint smoking gun documents that you need to pay attention to. So
Right.
you don't prohibit anonymous complaints, but they are often taken with a grain of salt when you're investigating them, because if somebody can't really talk to you and tell you what the real thing is, you have to keep that in mind.
correct.
But when somebody makes a complaint and they have their name on it, it's kept confidential until such time as there's an adjudication of it.
And so, and I'm
And
just
it
following.
goes through the process that's laid out.
So that was my next question. So as you go through the process, and now we're at the point you investigated, you think there's something to it, and now you want to hold a hearing, and you do mention, or it's mentioned here, that the hearing may be closed if it's allowable under the Open Meetings Act?
Do you have I need
Oh,
to look at provisions
okay.
because
Yes, I do,
I don't have this.
Okay, sorry.
I wish
it-
I had that
Okay.
recall, but I don't.
No, it's okay. It is, well, do you have page numbers? Does that help you?
I do.
Page 18.
Okay.
Under paragraph 4, it looks like the new paragraph 4, it says the hearing may be closed to the public if authorized by the Open Meetings Act.
Yes.
So do you mean that, and this is a question, when you use the word may, do you really mean it will be closed if it's authorized by the Open Meetings Act? Or are you saying that depends on the matter, the person, whatever, and the commission will decide whether it'll be closed as long as it's allowed?
That's what it is.
Okay.
It may.
So-
And I think it's really dependent on, you have to
Okay.
kind of take it on an ad hoc basis because,
Okay.
for example, somebody may be making a very public claim of a conflict of interest and writing writing news articles. This could be a very public thing, and the decision might be that it's in the best interest of everyone to make it public.
Okay.
Maybe. There's others where it might come in where it might be highly salacious. It may not be very, where you would want to have it closed to the public if it was allowable under the Open Meetings Act to protect people up until the point where you make a decision. So it's leaving it's up to the discretion of them based on the situation.
Then I would, okay, if that's.
There was
go ahead.
also some discussion, the commission members understood that the chances of having the hearing in a closed session are very small, but they didn't want to completely foreclose the opportunity if it was from a policy matter they felt important and if it was allowable.
Correct.
And that's fine.
That's right.
I asked the question only because it gives that appearance that it's based on discretion, and you know how people may read this. They might think, oh, why are they not being transparent
Right.
here, and then this other one they are,
Right.
and so that's it. But I do also want to make, it sounds like it's, what I'm understanding is it's the commission, Ethics Commission, who decides, as long as it's allowable by the Open Meetings Act, the Ethics Commission decides when it's going to be closed, and for the reasons that I'm assuming the commission will dictate why
That's
they were
correct.
closed. Okay.
And it would have to under the Open Meetings Act
Right.
because
I appreciate.
they would have to have a motion, a
That
second, you take a
controls.
roll call vote.
Everything is
Correct.
subject to
Would
the
have to
Open
be
Meetings
right.
Act. We
And
would have to
I
do
would
all
just
of those
say,
things.
I would just suggest that this sentence be clarified to say that it's the Ethics Commission may close the public, the hearing may be closed by the Ethics Commission to the public if authorized by the Open Meetings Act. So it's clear it's the Ethics Commission. I've seen some other hearings where a party may request, either party may request that it be closed or whatever. So I just want to be clear that it's the Ethics Commission who's making that decision.
Right.
Okay. And sorry, I'm going back a little bit.
That's okay.
Page 16 on C, you have a copy of the complaint may be provided.
I'm sorry. Hey, let me
I'm
catch
sorry.
up with you.
I apologize.
This is C2C. I have the same question.
Okay.
Page 367 of the packet.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
I'm
of
going
the
back.
ordinance.
Okay.
What,
okay.
What's the page? on the ordinance?
It's C.
Page 16.
It's page 16 to C.
In the red line, right.
And the red line. It says a copy of the complaint. Are you there, Pat?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
Peggy.
sorry. Peggy, sorry. Are you, it says a copy of the complaint may be provided to the village attorney, village administrator, village president, village board of trustees upon the determination that there's a reasonable basis for a complaint. So you used again the word may. Is that based on the circumstances, discretion, et cetera?
Exactly.
Can you give me an example? Well, I thought about it. If the complaint is against one of these individuals listed here, I would see then you probably wouldn't, because that would be the group that's being investigated or the person that's being
Right.
investigated.
It's
But-
in the event that there's some
Okay.
kind of what looks to be a very legitimate claim that may be of immediate concern to the administration of the village. So we would then bring it to their attention. It could be a safety thing. It could be. It could.
Okay.
It's just if it's important enough that it's really urgent that other people are aware of it. We want to make sure that we do that. That we make them aware of it.
Well, see, Peggy, I think that goes, and again, I don't want to,
Yeah, no,
I know
that's okay.
you've got other questions, but that goes in a little bit to what Bob was saying, is that there are things that we do think are urgent and could be a safety issue, could be a business issue. It could be any of that issue that could be of urgency to us now, because you can debate that. I mean, to me, I almost want to go through a scenario because to understand a little bit about how this would work. We had a situation just recently on the zoning board where a commissioner abstained because he's doing business with the business. No, he sat there and he listened and he abstained. Now, how does that work? I mean, how does that work in this new world? Does Matt have a duty to report that to the Ethics Commission? does it get reported at all? What happens in that case?
Can you give me the?
Yeah, just the business that we just approved.
If,
I mean,
if a village employee is aware of a violation of the ethics code,
Yep.
they have a duty to report it.
Right.
And it should be reported to the Ethics Commission.
Right.
Depending upon, and the Ethics Commission will take a look at the nature of the complaint and the facts that underlie it and make a determination. And if there's a determination that that there's a reasonable basis for that complaint, and it seems as if it's something that is very urgent for other people within the village to know that are running the village, we would tell them.
Which is great.
Before we would get to the hearing.
Okay, which is great, and that's helpful. But again, you're talking about someone's business. They need to get through, their business, and now we're holding up a potential permit because we had a potential conflict of interest on a commission. And it gets to Bob's point, is that how do we kind of adjudicate that or rationalize that to say we shouldn't penalize the person that wants the permit because
Well,
we have to wait 4 weeks to get it done.
Well, we have a hearing in 4 weeks. I mean, a permit waiting for 4 weeks to get an adjudication may.
For small businesses.
Well, that's simply the way government works sometimes. It's going to take you, we have to be, we can't make these decisions and gather facts and meet and have a hearing on that. I mean, I'm not quite sure are you expecting if somebody has I
just want to make sure that we are executing the ethics ordinance consistently. That's all, across the board. So if there is an issue, and it's not the business issue, it's just the issue that came about with an employee or a commissioner or whatever, waiting a long period of time to get through the investigation kind of penalizes the person that's, like in this case, looking for a permit. I mean, it's not their issue.
I think we have to balance. It's always a balance of interests. We have an ethics code that needs to be followed, and there's maybe you're referring to maybe a complaint that you're thinking is not legitimate, and it's going to hold up a legitimate business business issue. But we have to balance these issues, the interests. We want to have an ethics code that we adhere to.
Oh, I totally agree. That's why I'm saying, how do we get through this? That's my question. I hear what you're saying. Well, the business just has to understand that. I mean, we're a small community, and
let's take your example.
Yep.
If that complaint is raised and we take a look at it, and we will immediately,
right.
If there's a determination that there isn't a reasonable basis for it,
right.
We don't even hold the hearing.
Right. So how quick is that?
That can take a day and a day.
I think that's
or 2
what
days.
Bob was asking.
Right. Those are the kinds of things that will be dealt with immediately. That 4 weeks is to have a hearing after you've gathered information,
Agreed.
And you would have already made a determination that there's a reasonable basis for it, right? And if somebody's got a reasonable basis, then the permit should be waited, right? Because you've got a complaint about it, and you've had the Ethics Commission take a look at it, and they've found that there's a reasonable basis. And I don't think it's unreasonable to make somebody wait on a permit if all of those things have happened. They should be waiting.
I'm not disagreeing, but it's a lot. And I agree with you. But I think we should think about when a complaint comes in that the commission needs to look at it, not within reason. I think it has to be a
Well,
date.
then,
I can give you an example of what happened last.
Yeah.
When that complaint came in, we all read it immediately.
Right.
And and then we got the letter that said we had no jurisdiction.
Right.
So that was something we were jumping on that immediately because we absolutely understood the importance of that.
Yeah, and I agree. Peggy, you do, and so's all the other commissioners. But when there's 10 years from now and there's all new set of commissioners, we would just want to make sure that our policy is clear, and we are executing it in a in a consistent way. It's out. Yeah, I trust you and I trust all the commissioners, but I just want to make sure going forward this is going to be a ordinance and a policy that
you
we'll
could
have
always put in a date you could put in 7 days to decide whether or not there's a reasonable basis, right?
Yeah,
you could, if you wanted to have light a fire under that? You're afraid that that's not going to get dealt with? There is,
no.
there's certainly an option to do that. I caution though, I mean, whenever you put in a deadline and then that happens over Christmas or something like that, every time you put a deadline in, you're potentially setting yourself up for failures. So you don't like to put in tight deadlines that you're not going to meet. So you need to be thoughtful about it if you're going to put a deadline in, which is why we put the 4-week deadline in for the hearing, which requires us to do all of these other things in advance, right?
And I agree.
But being thoughtful in this situation is a two-way street. The person who is the complaint filed against them has the same right as we do as municipal officials to make sure it's adjudicated quickly. So it's a two-way street. So again, I go back to, and again, I'm not asking you to do it in 15 minutes, or I think there's, given a little bit of thought and conversation, there's some kind of
Could
schedule
we
that
say
you
no
can lay
later
out.
than 7 days, or
I mean,
you
something.
Think,
It just
7 days seems really short.
That's really short. That's really short. Maybe 10 business days.
I was going to say business days.
Yeah,
and
fine.
10
I mean, I
sounds
just
good.
think
And
something
that would be a
gives it-
reasonable, to make a
Sure.
determination that there's a
And
reasonable
if you
basis.
need more time, you could say, and
And
they can ask
we
for more
would
time.
meet that. I mean, honestly, it would all get done
I
overnight.
think that would help.
10 business days, and then
that's the
put something in about it to be extendable.
Yeah.
With reason.
All these,
Yeah.
obviously, as we need.
But this is just the initial.
It's just, to
Right.
be clear, this should only refer to the
Yeah.
determination if
Right.
there's a reasonable basis.
Right.
Correct.
Period.
Yeah.
That
Period.
sounds-
And that's generally somebody's taking a letter that's been written.
Right.
And that should be an easy thing to do. Where you might run into trouble is if they're telling you to go look at this thing and they don't send it to you, and go look at this thing and I've seen those kind of complaints where they refer to all kinds of paperwork
Right.
that they don't include, that you then have to go find. So, and then you've got to ask somebody at the village to get you something or what
Okay.
have you. So
And completely get
it's
it.
not necessarily just read this piece of paper.
But I
in
don't
10
think
days.
the complaint goes away because it wasn't met in 10 days. It's a good start to say, kind of set some expectations, but it doesn't go away.
Well,
So, go ahead, Raz.
A couple of comments on that. First of all, you think you're correct. On page 17, at the bottom paragraph, the new 3, it does refer to the 4 weeks that you're
Yes.
referring to for the
That's
process.
on the onset.
Yes, on the outset. Now, on page 15 is at the bottom to be the initial review that says within a reasonable.
Hold on.
Go ahead. No, I'm
Rez,
sorry.
are you reading the red lined or the cleaned up copy?
Red line.
The red line.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Is that?
That's what we were just
Different
talking
page
about,
numbers,
right?
redlined and
Yeah.
cleaned.
That's it.
Go ahead.
And where are
just-
you?
Okay, I'm sorry. The red line version. I'm on page 15 of that, C2B.
Okay.
It says initial review. There it says that within a reasonable time, but I'm wondering if that can be modified then if we're talking about 10 business days or something along the lines too.
Yes.
And keeping the 4 weeks is there.
Yeah.
And then one more. I know you're going to say, "Wow, I hope it is the last one, Russ."
No, I'm happy that you've
Okay.
done a careful read of
Yeah,
this.
we
It's
want to
good.
do this.
And page 19 of this red line version, it is right above 123.9. It's that paragraph 7.
Mm-hmm.
And there's where you have this, and I'm not asking or questioning this. You have if a complaint is filed during the 60 days preceding the date of any election at which the respondent is a candidate, the commission shall meet at the earliest date possible with the intent to render its decision prior to the election. You meaning the commission arrived, I'm thinking the commission arrived to a 60-day period for you to try to, you're not guaranteeing it, but you're trying to render a decision within that period.
Right.
And that's okay. I guess what I was also trying, if the 10 business days, if the commission is comfortable with the 10 business days on the initial review, I think that'd be great. The compromise was I was going to throw out is
This anticipates the entire process.
correct, the 60
Not
days.
just the.
Including a decision.
Because,
Correct.
hanky-panky
Correct.
in elections, the idea is to
Correct.
just,
And that's
unfair play, to try and get together, get it done, and
Correct.
handle it immediately so that.
Perfect. So we're on the same page then.
Yeah.
The last thing I'm going to ask, I said that the last time, right? The last thing I'm going to ask is, after you're done with the hearing and you render a decision, Well, that, I'm assuming then that will be made public. That will be a public document and everybody will know who filed what, whatever. I'm assuming, will you be doing, not you personally, the commission be doing some type of
I would think it would-
analysis and its recommendation to the board?
I'm
Right, yeah,
Okay,
it would have to be public.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
And then it would appear on a village board meeting as a
Correct.
recommendation.
Exactly, it would be in the
from
meeting
Ethics
minutes
Commission.
Discuss.
with a
Okay.
summary.
Correct.
Okay.
And then staff would do a cover memo and,
And then that becomes a recommendation to the board, which
Correct.
becomes public as well.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's fine too. Now, this is really the last thing. Thank you very much for all your work on
Oh,
this.
thank you.
I have a question. Oh, go
Okay.
ahead.
Can I just, before you start, I'm sorry.
right ahead.
For where we're talking about 10 business days for the initial
Oh, okay.
determination,
Yes.
would you mind just, Lance, going through the rest of the ordinance and making sure there's no other location where it might be, because we talked about one instance, but it may be somewhere else where we're not seeing it and
You mean
making that
timing?
change. Yeah.
The
I
timing.
will, but we have everything here because the commission went through this very, very carefully.
Oh,
and
no,
and
that
there was
I
a lot
understand.
there was a lot of discussion about setting internal time limits.
What
And the-
I'm saying is, like, around this table, we just noticed that they're in one place where it should say 10 business days. If there's another place and we just haven't noticed it, can you make
That's-
sure?
I mean,
Okay.
for the
That's-
exact same
right,
issue, not a
yes.
new issue.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
The-
so
but
it should be the only place
but
where it's
referring
at.
to this initial review, this is probably the only place, but
Yeah.
we will check.
Yeah, we'll
The
double
other thing I wanted to say is we did discuss the fact that, you set these internal time limits and there is always a concern, well, if through good faith we can't meet it, does that mean it just gets dismissed or something? And the answer is no. The courts would look at any claim of that. They would view these kinds of timelines as what's called directory, not jurisdictional, meaning their goals within. And, as long as the record shows the commission tried to set a meeting and it took 11 days, it'll
yeah.
be fine.
So I got a quick, and I know Katie, you got one, but before I just so because it kind of goes off what Rez said. So in the 10 days, let's say it's 10 days, you investigate or you look at analysis and you come back and say there's really nothing here. We're gonna drop it. Is that it when it becomes known?
It would never become known.
It will never become known.
If there's a complaint that's made that is found to not have any basis, that's the end of it.
Okay.
But does the ethics committee keep a record of complaints made? So it would be listed as
Right.
a complaint made, but would just never be known. Yeah.
Correct.
It would never be
Okay.
public.
And there's
How's that possible?
in the code, there's a reference to the commission
Yeah.
letting the complainant know
Yeah.
that the complaint was dismissed.
Okay. Yeah.
So that would be the record
And the
kept of the dismissal at the initial review.
And the
period.
commission would have all those records. We wouldn't have it. Meaning, I guess if we get a FOIA, someone's going to.
Yeah,
Right.
you
How
gotta
do
say
we
answer
it.
the FOIA?
I mean,
Right.
I mean, as the commission, they are one of our public bodies. So if someone says a FOIA for it, what are we going to do?
Right, so that's a good point. It's one that really wasn't discussed thoroughly.
Yeah.
So if a complaint is dismissed on the merits, that's a final determination. Up until that point, it's preliminary, and so it would be exempt from FOIA. But dismissed complaints, there would need to be a record of. The complainant, of course, would be confidential. Confidentiality is an exemption under FOIA. But the commission, I think, is going to need to trust the administration to keep the record of all the final decisions, including those dismissals.
Oh, sure.
And then staff, in response to a FOIA, let's say a request is made from the press for all dismissed complaints, in the last 2 years, they would respond with the the copies, but the complainant, if the complainant is listed, if it wasn't truly anonymous, would be redacted.
Correct. And
Correct.
I think, we'd have to
So I think we
work
need
with
to do
council
that.
to make
Correct.
sure
I think
that
we
they're
need-
maintained
Yeah,
in
we
a
need to
confidential
do that.
way
Yeah.
with need to know access. I mean, there's some,
Correct.
Right,
those are the
because-
kinds of
and the
things that
reason
people
for
just
that
can't go fishing around for
is
it.
because although the separateness is desired and laudable, it's nonetheless a fact of life that
Right.
the Ethics Commission is what's called a subsidiary body of the Village of River Forest under state law, under the Open Meetings Act. And so the clerk is responsible legally for your records as well, because
Mhm.
they're the same public, they're the public
Right.
records of the village, so.
Right,
But
agreed.
that, we'll have to work through that.
We'll work through that. Okay, Katie,
Yeah.
go ahead. Or Megan, sorry.
Mine was along the same lines. I was wondering, how would anonymity and confidentiality be maintained through the process and afterwards for a complainant?
Pretty much how we discussed it.
Someone could choose to file their complaint completely anonymously online,
Yes.
or they would provide their name and that would be kept confidential.
Confidential
Hopefully
as much
in-
as we
as
can,
much as
given,
possible.
you know, the
legalities.
The legalities, yes.
Okay.
But, you know, when you get to a hearing, you know, if
You
somebody's
gotta have it.
filed anonymous and you have we end up with a public hearing, they're gonna need to then raise it up. They're gonna have to
Be sworn and.
Right.
yeah.
be sworn and
Yeah.
so forth. And if they choose not to do so, and we don't have the evidence outside of their statements, now we could end up with I'm just kind of playing this out, but I could see a set of circumstances where a complaint was made, they asked to be kept anonymous, they provided us with enough information that their name didn't need to be a part of it any longer, because maybe it's you know, it's a gift ban or whatever it is, and we're able to obtain the information without them, then I think that would probably be a situation where we would keep their name out of it. But if we can't,
I don't know.
if we can't,
I
we
would
don't have the evidence of the violation without their statements, then those are situations where they would either have to come forward or we probably couldn't proceed. You know, that's pretty basic when you do these kinds of investigations, very similar to HR investigations.
Could I,
Yeah, no, Katie's next.
oh, I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Katie.
Section 12310, B, line 1, complaints shall include facts, including but limited to.
Sorry, which?
Section 12310,
Okay,
Say
B.
But not.
B, sorry.
We're missing the
But
word not.
Yes, but not limited to.
Complaints shall include facts, including but not limited to
Correct.
the alleged violator.
That's correct.
And just to clarify, I don't think we need this, but if we're going to do the 10 business days, we don't have to say excluding holidays, because a holiday isn't a business day.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, legally, that's included.
So can I suggest that we pull the motion, we clean it up and bring it back?
Can I just ask a couple questions?
Sorry.
Before we get there. One is, and one's a statement. We're talking about business days for the for the first phase gate, which is determining there's a problem. Should we probably include business days, like make it clear that it's business days whenever we reference business days? Whenever we reference days, because you talk 60 days. Is that business days or is that count?
No,
No,
typically on the
so-
longer
Yeah, tell me.
deadline.
I just want to understand
There's
that.
so there's a thing called the statute on statutes, and it defines when a period, if a period is short enough, and it's the magic number's 10 days, I think,
Right.
that business days are business days, but when you have a long enough period, it's the total amount of days.
Then secondly, you are the single point of, like, the chair is the single point of contact for the initial receipt of the complaint. What
It goes
happened?
in through certain channels. Anybody could choose to go to anybody on the commission and hand it to them, but.
But it would there be a designate, say someone goes on vacation.
Mhm.
So would somebody be designated as accepting those, you know,
I think they
those-
would come in through an email, and
Right.
and so, I mean,
Yeah, I
opened
mean,
my
it's not going to
email.
be perfect. I mean, it's clear is that the shift of burden is going to be on the commission.
Right.
And so
And
we're-
they understood
we're-
that. And
yeah,
they,
I know
they
that.
understood
And that's what I'm saying. So for the advocation of this board, everything's shifting to the commission, which is fine. That's what they want. And there are going to things that probably we're going to need to look at, back to what you said, Bob. So I think we go ahead and approve this, and then where we do see, issues that we've run into, we can correct them. I mean, we're not this complicated organization. So just like we did the first time, we can do it the second time. I don't think there's any glaring issues, but there will be something that probably will say, oh my gosh, this doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Okay.
We're fortunate as a village that this just is not a thing that comes up all that often.
Right.
And
Right.
so we're often,
Right.
we're going on fresh snow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that as this proceeds and if we get complaints, that you will find that, gee, we should really, tweak that a little bit and move this a little bit to the left. And you do that.
We're going to do it.
And we'll do that.
Right, and
we'll make
then you're going to
recommendations.
probably, not you personally, but the
Yeah.
commission as a whole, as time goes on, it will probably tweak it as well.
I couldn't, right. I
Right.
mean, these codes, these ordinances, they're living documents.
Yeah, they sure
You're
are.
not done with them when you approve them.
Right, right.
I have another question,
Okay.
if I may.
Yes.
Section 123.2 in the definitions. I'm looking at the clean copy, so that's at page 358 of the packet.
Do you
And
think
page
number-
5
It's
of the
page
clean
6 of the
copy.
red copy.
123.2.
Well, that's on the
123.2, it's the
Definition.
definitions.
Okay.
And in the packet, it's 358. On the clean copy, it's page 5. It's the definition of village board members and commissioners.
Okay.
And it reads, means each of the village president, village clerk, members of the board of trustees, members of the board of the village.
Yeah.
Is that duplicative, or is
Yes,
that meant
it
to
is.
be?
Yes, it
is that
sure
meant,
is.
is it meant to be something?
No, it's duplicative.
I think you got the
Yes,
hand.
I did. I know. I did, but I got the answer before.
So do we strike members of the board of the
Yes,
village?
that would be
Okay.
stricken.
Yes.
Thanks.
That's what I said.
Along those lines, with that definition, and then the one underneath it, village covered individual, under village board members and commissioners, it looks like we've struck advisory groups and committees of the village. And I'm wondering if that needs to go back, or under village covered individual, where we list appointed officer, is someone who's a part of an advisory group or committee considered a appointed officer? Because I do think that we should have advisory groups and committees, especially when they're completing statements of economic interest.
Yeah. Right. I think the issue here, so getting back to village board members and commissioners, I think what the language, it got a little inartful in the proofreading, but it was to make sure that it includes the elected officials and the appointed boards and commissions, because like it's the zoning board of appeals, they aren't called commissioners, and so when it referred to boards there, I think that's what it was talking about.
But I think what Eric is saying is probably a good one. Is there a reason we took out advisory boards?
So our
No.
advisory boards are ad hoc. They're not the
Oh.
commissions per se.
Yeah, like
Right.
The
DEI committee, like
DEI,
the
the DEER, the
If they're
age
ones,
friendly.
so this, if they're ones that are covered by the Open Meetings Act, if they're official committees,
And they are.
they would be
Yeah.
covered. If they're not, if they're like an informal group, and we've had this discussion before about the downside of making an advisory group official
Okay.
under the code, because once you do that,
Yeah, it's a problem.
you've got to have
Right.
your meetings posted. You've got to cover,
Right.
follow the Open Meetings Act. It's the intent of this ordinance, it's my belief,
Right.
and I don't know that we got into this specifically in our discussions,
I don't
but
recall that, yeah.
but the way I would interpret what we've drafted here is all the codified groups, including
Okay.
the elected officials and those boards that advise official committees and boards that advise the village board are covered by this, but not
I think that
ad hoc.
I think that makes sense. Then.
So, but the village board does get recommendations from those advisory groups.
And the ad hoc, do you have to fill out
Right.
statements of economic interest?
No, we're including the advisory that's codified, or like you guys approve an
Right.
advisory committee.
Correct.
That wouldn't
Right.
be.
So are you going to add committees and
Probably should add
advisory
it back in
groups?
then.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Or advisory groups that are
Right,
codified or
right,
Yeah.
official
Official.
advisory groups, yeah.
Good idea.
We'll tweak that language there so that it covers elected officials, boards and commissions of the village, and official advisory groups of the village.
Right. So let me ask the board. I mean, do you want us to move this to the next meeting to get it cleaned up, or do you want to approve it? I know you're. I'm asking the village board. Or do we want to approve it? With contingent on all these changes, and then the changes will come back next board meeting or in board meeting.
I'm
Or
ready
makes sense.
to vote with the contingencies. They are fairly minor. So.
Yeah, I am too. I
too.
appreciate Peggy being here and answering all of these questions.
Yeah.
It's been very
I
helpful.
just want to make sure, what do you guys?
Bob?
I know, Bob, you want to take it off. but-
I'm going to defer to Lance because,
Okay.
I don't want to be, I don't want to rush into something that,
Okay.
May not come back the way that we want it. And I mean,
Right, as
everybody
long-
brought,
I know.
but everybody brought up great points. So I'm not arguing that. I said at the beginning, I'm not trying to stir the pot. I just want it done right.
Yep.
And so I think we have situations that
And I'm in agreement with you. And I think everyone's intent, as I said earlier, before Peggy got up, the intent is always to do what's right. And nobody has, I think, bad intentions to say, oh, let me try to make this really bad. I think, so I think with all that, so Lance, we'll go ahead and take a vote. We'll clean it up and get it out to the trustees. And if anybody has issues with it, let us know, for sure.
In the
Is
spirit
that
of the
fair?
discussion, can you do it in 10 business days?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. So what I was going to point out is that's a good point. We can approve it with the changes we've had. It'll be circulated
Yes.
in enough time prior to the next meeting where if someone wants it on the agenda, we can put it back. This isn't a zoning matter, so we don't need to take final action or continue it. We can sort of take the final action, but we'll circulate it, and if you want it to appear to talk about a tweak here or there,
We
Matt
can
can
do
do that.
Yeah, we can do that. It's not, that's the least difficult piece of this thing.
So we'll do that.
Okay.
All right, is that fair for
That's
everybody?
fair.
Bob, you okay with that then, kind of?
Sort of.
All right, we're going to
maybe.
get you there. Okay. Well, thanks for being a good sport, though.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and take the vote.
Okay.
Okay, so vote on item I, consideration of amendments to the ethics ordinance contingent upon edits that were discussed
That were
this evening.
discussed. Very good. Perfect.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. And Peggy, on behalf of us and all of us, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
I think we're at a
Thank you.
better spot. And we'll make it work, yeah. For sure.
And then, just to be clear, we'll also circulate that final to the commission members, so we don't
Yes.
have any surprises, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on to the Sustainability Commission. All right. Now, Peter, this is your time. Sorry for having you wait so long. I apologize. Well, no, I'll let him do his public comment. Maybe give everybody 2 seconds, Peter, and, yep.
Yeah, I've listened to this board meet before.
Hang on 1 minute, I'm sorry. You, oh, okay, did you, I missed you? I didn't sign in. Okay, no worries, if you just, when you, then you ought to speak. Okay, super. Then just after him, we'll come up and then state your name and, okay. Yeah, they're just going to the bathroom. If you don't mind giving us a
I've listened to this
second.
board meet before, and watching you work, I just really want to thank everybody for all your work, really, and your dedication to kind of active, conscientious discussion, and really the inclusion of a kind of an active citizenry. I think those values are really clear
Right.
in this board's work. And, I felt the need for a stretch break about an hour and a half ago. As a physician and mental health professional, I see that opportunity for anybody, really, to take a couple deep breaths, stretch, or
Right. Right.
like a joke, maybe.
Yeah.
On the leaf blowers, I particularly want to thank this board and the Sustainability Commission for your work towards a leaf blower ban in River Forest. I am speaking in favor of that and in favor of a faster phase-in than is listed in Agenda 8C. And the main reason for that is that 2/3 of River Forest residents in the 2024 survey indicated that they were in favor of a leaf blower ban. And as residents, we are hoping to have our voice heard in this decade and not have to wait till 2030 for full implementation of the policy. And having been at the most recent Sustainability Commission meetings, I know the Commission was appreciative of resident comments towards a faster phase-in and felt like they couldn't change their proposal to the board since it had been previously submitted in the January packet. And while they didn't make changes, they encouraged resident comments directly to this board, like I'm giving now. And this village board has previously asked that the Sustainability Commission and that we learn from other communities that have implemented gas leaf blower bans, specifically North Shore communities and Oak Park. And most of the North Shore communities have had a 9-month gas leaf blower ban since 2024 as a stepping stone to a complete ban for some. And Oak Park has had a complete ban on gas leaf blowers since June of this year. So with the foundation laid with our neighboring communities, we don't have to wait 5 years for a full phase-in for a proposal. There are already contractors adjusting to electric leaf blowers for Oak Park, and these same contractors would be available for River Forest residents. For example, one possibility for a faster phase-in is that the leaf blower proposal could be modified to have just 2 phases. A 9-month ban to take effect next year, which would exempt the heavier spring season in April and fall season in October and November, with a permanent ban on gas leaf blowers phased in 2 years later. This makes sense because the 2024 survey of contractors indicated their primary need for gas leaf blowers was in the busy spring and fall seasons. So I really encourage this board to prioritize resident desires as expressed in the survey for a reasonable, prompt gas leaf blower ban for all of its benefits, for the reduction of noise and pollution, for the health, mental health, and quality of life in River Forest, and appreciate all of your time.
Thanks, Peter. Okay.
So my name's Larry Raymond. I've been a 30-year resident of River Forest, and I'm here to speak on behalf of all the community that are not environmental activists. I think the leaf ban ordinance, in my view, is an example of government overreach. I think we can all agree that government regulations are a form of taxation, and I would anticipate that people in the community are going to see increased costs for their landscaping services. So I had put a call into Matt, and I talked with Seth about a possibility of maybe deferring the vote on this ordinance, maybe summarize what is proposed, give that to the landscape maintenance people, have them send that to their clients with an indication of what they can foresee their new bills to be, and then set up some type of procedure where if the constituents want to weigh in, either saying let's ratify the new ordinance or maintain the status quo, some way you could collect that data and have that be part of the board's deliberations. And, you know, since the proposal on the table is not going to start till 2026, I think if we would do that in the next couple months, where the maintenance people or the landscape people could put the notice in their bills, they wouldn't have to do a separate mailing, and they can also give them some time to reflect on what they want to charge the customers going forward. And I think if we would follow that model, there's probably going to be less blowback on the board when people kind of wake up and find maybe their services are going to increase, 1.5 or 50 or 100% of what they're paying today. So that's all I had.
All right. Thank you, Larry. Okay. All right. I think I've got everybody on this list. Okay. So to move forward, we'll need a motion and a second for item 8I. Is it I? Yeah, I. No.
Motion
8C.
to- oh.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Motion to recommend the village board adopt an ordinance regulating the use of gas-powered leaf blowers with the village and incentivize the use of electric leaf blowers by landscape contractors operating within the village.
Second.
Seth, here you are again.
Yes.
I've heard this, so I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah, so this was obviously part of the broader sustainability discussion last month when co-chair Susan Charette from the Sustainability Commission was here. And we had both answered some questions on this. I know this was a formal discussion point. I believe it was the second meeting in October of last year, which we had gotten, the Sustainability Commission had gotten direction from the board to revisit, look further into the multi-community North Shore Working Group on what they had done. And then I was also able to get some recent feedback from Oak Park. Their full ban just took effect last month, and I was able to talk with staff in their neighborhood services department who was responsible for enforcement of the act. I included some of that information outlined in the memo. But yeah, as drafted, as recommended by the Sustainability Commission, it's a 3-step process. There's a first summer seasonal ban for 2 years, then the 9-month ban with the 1-month spring and 2-month fall windows before a complete ban would take effect. One of the initial proposals from the Sustainability Commission is retained in here. That is the annual rebate equal to the landscape licensing fee for contractors who commit early to going all electric year round. Though any landscape contractor who would do that would also be listed on the Village Sustainability Commission's Guide to Sustainable Living on the Village website as a landscape contractor making this commitment, so residents, if they wish to, could seek out those contractors. And then the other item in here is just the ban on use of fossil fuel powered generators to operate and charge electric leaf blowers or electric leaf blower batteries, just to simply address a loophole that had been raised numerous times.
So what are these, the last part about it, so what are communities saying? How are the providers keeping the equipment charged if they're out on a job site and, you know, they can't have a generator on their truck? I mean, what's been the feedback on that?
The feedback from the contractors, we had invited them to come out to a couple Sustainability Commission hearings. Yeah, the battery life was probably the biggest concern raised for a lot of them. Getting some brief feedback from one of the North Shore communities. They had recently cited some contractors who did have an electric leaf blower, but stated the battery had run out, and they were then at that point cited because they were operating a gas-powered leaf blower in its place. That community I talked to, Wilmette, they have a sort of 3-strike policy in how they implement things, where the first time it's just a written warning, to sort of softly urge compliance. And then the second one is a citation that may be waived with subsequent proof of purchase of electric leaf blower, electric equipment. In that case, they said the person needed to show proof of an additional battery.
My question, though, is the practical matter is we all drive up and down the streets every day of the week, and these guys are out there working. So after the 90 minutes of their battery life, are they expected to pack up their stuff, go back home, recharge their batteries, and come back out? That's the practical part of this. Is, unless we want to create some kind of electric charging station for our landscapers, I don't know how anybody's going to want to do business. I mean, it's unsustainable that, the batteries are $199 a piece, and the equipment is how much? So I don't understand.
And I think it was the intention of the Sustainability Commission to initially do a smaller, just summer window of a seasonal ban when it would be the least need to use leaf blowers, particularly high-powered leaf blowers, for longer periods of time, and then to gradually expand that out.
I understand, but the battery has a battery life, okay? And so after they've done 3 houses on the block or whatever it is, they're out of battery. So where are they going to charge their batteries to continue to be able to service their customers?
Did we hear this question before. I feel like maybe we did, and that the generator thing came up. But then also, don't they keep multiple battery packs in their vehicles so that they can then switch out the batteries?
Yeah, that would be the, I guess, hope or intention, and the, I guess, again, the phased in approach would be, it would be a start at a period of time where there would be less duration needed for leaf blower usage, and then gradually expand out, and with the hope that battery technology continues to advance over that time period as well.
And so in Oak Park, I don't know, we haven't really come across a leaf season yet, have we? Or we have?
No, they, prior to this year, had just had a seasonal ban.
Okay.
I believe theirs was June 1st to September 30th.
Okay, so we don't really know what how they've been dealing with it there then.
That is correct. I've gotten some feedback on just the enforcement outreach, that sort of stuff that they've done, but they have not had a fall leaf season with their ban in place, or a spring cleanup season.
I went out and I bought one. I know how long they last. I can't imagine some of the yards of this community that people are going to be able to conduct a whole day's worth of work on the number of batteries. Again, they're $199 a piece. So think about what the average landscape bill is. It's a big capital outlay. All I'm asking is that, we ask the next question is, how are these guys using the equipment and being able to perform their services? And the $125 just doesn't seem like it's.
That amount was simply, that's what their license fee is. We didn't want to be giving more than that back. I mean, didn't want to be operating at a sort of loss of.
Based on what you're saying, Bob, I was thinking about what Peter was talking about, and closing that window, because we're hearing from our residents that they want to have this implemented sooner. But if we are wondering about something like that, maybe keeping this to the 5 years might make more sense then, just so we're cognizant of the business owners.
I mean, battery technology, to your point, it's improving day to day and everything. But I mean, we're instituting a policy today that, again, we better hope in 5 years there's better technology, or we're not going to find the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like a lot of communities are going this way, and so the landscaping businesses and the people who make the leaf blowers are going to have to react to that, right? So I feel like 5 years is probably.
And you're absolutely right. But go talk to somebody in Oak Park on how they like their new leaf collection system.
Yeah.
You want to talk about an uprising. The people have to bag their leaves.
Which is different, though.
That's a completely different issue.
But it kind of, what I don't want to do is, I don't want to use them as our crowning point of all the decisions that we make.
Oh, no. When I was asking, so I was just asking for, he's been talking to different communities, right? So Wilmette, Oak Park, I'm sure other ones as well.
Yeah, I reached out to a few of the North Shore communities. The staff member I speak to most in Wilmette, their sustainability coordinator, is just very responsive. So she was just a sort of exceptional wealth of information in terms of providing some of the feedback on how the broader working group had operated, and then how they had implemented it locally.
So maybe I've missed it, and I apologize, Seth. Then how did they answer Bob's question?
I do not know. I'm trying to.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Yep.
Can you call Mariani tomorrow, who is a huge landscaper on the North Shore, and ask them how they're dealing with it? I mean, this guy, if you drive around the North Shore, you see his trucks everywhere. And he's in, I don't know if he's in Northbrook or whatever, but how is he going to operate his business with the ban that Wilmette has in place? And I mean, what's he charging his clients? What does he think the impact's going to be? Because again, if they're doing it up there, and he's a guy that does business up there, he might be somebody who might give you some good information. Just a thought.
Guys, I just want to state that, yes, there are a number of communities on the North Shore. They all start with a seasonal ban. I shouldn't say all of them. The most predominant one, if you look on, and I don't know what page this is, so I can't tell you.
403 of the packet.
Thank you. So it basically says, Kenilworth has a ban. Gas leaf blowers are only permitted April, October, November. They started with a seasonal ban in 2021. They're now at a ban in April, October, November. Wilmette is the same as Kenilworth. Winnetka, the same as Kenilworth. Glencoe, the same as Kenilworth. Highland Park, the same as Kenilworth. Northbrook basically has the same as Kenilworth, but they didn't have any ban until they went to this. So there is a lot of,
I'm not disagreeing.
communities that are currently limiting gas powered blowers to those time frames when you need to pull out the heavy power.
I'm not disagreeing. All I'm saying is we know what the municipalities are saying. Okay, what I'm saying is a guy who's doing business in those communities, a lot of which ones you mentioned, what impact has it had on his business? Because I'd like to be able to tell our residents, here's what it was in Northbrook. This guy used to pay $100 a week to get his lawn and landscaping done. It's now $250. I think if we get that information, it's worth it. So it's a quick phone call.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I wanted to just check. So for this ordinance, then, is this just for landscaping companies, or is this for residents as well?
Yeah, the rebate portion would just be for landscaping companies. The ban would apply universally to all users, operators.
And so then, have we contacted institutions? Like, do we know how this affects the park district here, or like Dominican, or other institutions who might have their own?
Yeah, they would all also need to be in compliance with this. Our public works staff would need to be in compliance with this. The park district would.
Okay, thanks.
And then I don't know if it was Dominican. There was a landscape contractor from Dominican Concordia, I'm not sure which one, who had called a few times. Their specific feedback was basically to exempt larger properties, so they, as an individual company, wouldn't have to comply with this. But that was, I can't think of the name of the company off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks.
Would we consider, I guess I'll just throw it out to the board here, kind of, I guess, what Larry mentioned, does it make any sense to, touch base with, and we haven't surveyed our homeowners, just the landscapers, right?
There was, in the general sustainability survey that was out this winter, there was a section of questions regarding gas-powered leaf blower regulations. That specific section is included within the packet.
But it was just contractors, right?
There was one separate one for contractors and a separate for.
I'm sorry, you're saying deeper.
Yeah,
Okay. residents,
and then
missed
both
that.
of those
Thank you.
surveys are included. They were different questions for each.
And how many residents responded?
Let me.
So 350, I believe, or so.
So in that survey, 56.39% of residents were moderately to highly concerned about leaf blowers and their impacts. And so they were supported a ban. 57% also supported a ban. So a total of 77% were concerned between a little to a lot for residents.
That was a survey of 315 people. That's the number of people that applied to the survey.
Yeah, Larry. Yep, gotcha. I think we,
Right.
yeah. Thanks, I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah, I forgot about that, yeah, thanks, Kate.
I do think it makes sense with the phasing, again, like, I'll just restate it. We've got a 5-year plan here. I do agree with Bob that talking to landscapers directly and just seeing how they are going to be, what does their plan look like right, to begin to implement this makes a lot of sense, and maybe beginning to give that kind of information in some sort of packaged way to our community as they see this roll out is probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, that sounds good to me too. I also want to mention that most landscapers in our community are also serving Oak Park, and that ban has already started in Oak Park. So these landscapers are figuring it out now because of their services that they're offering to our neighboring community. But they're figuring it out because there's a total ban there now.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be
Yeah.
interesting to see that since they just started in June and all they're doing is kind of putting the sidewalk out, when they get into the heavy leaf season, what does it look like?
Yeah. Yeah. In Oak Park, because that's a total ban. In River Forest, it won't be.
Right.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
And implementation for this is next year, not this.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
As drafted, the first seasonal ban would take effect May 15th of 2026.
So we'll have time to see leaf season in Oak Park before anything hits. Okay.
Yeah, and to that point, one thing that the board can consider, I think the 2-year windows given up might help the board evaluate what the feedback is from the community if that battery technology isn't keeping up. We can always prolong each step and push it out further and further into the future living document.
Okay. Any other questions for Seth or anybody? Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and take a vote.
Okay, consideration of leaf blower restrictions ordinance. Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
All right. All right, so we'll move on to our other business here. We've got a new business, got the consideration of amendment to a sign regulations. So if I can get all right, we've got a motion here.
Motion to approve an ordinance amending the village code regarding sign regulations.
Second.
Okay. All right, so this is because of Black Friday, right? Yep, so.
Correct. So the ordinance that's before the village board tonight was the result of a request from a new business in town that is looking to install an illuminated projecting sign on their property at 349 Ashland. Currently, that type of sign is prohibited by village code. Projecting signs are permitted, but the illumination of those projecting signs is prohibited. The same sign in this case on the frontage of the building above the door to the business would be permitted. So a business owner came in to try and find a way to make this work, but it was explicitly prohibited in the village code. So what's before the village board tonight is an amendment to the sign regulations that would allow illuminated projecting signs within the C3, the Central Commercial Zoning District, which is where this business is located. And the C3 district, for reference, is effectively from Lathrop to Park between Lake Street and Central, in addition to 6 parcels south of Hawthorne between Ashland and Lathrop.
Do we have a picture in here? I don't remember.
So this would be for 24-hour a day illumination?
No, so the village, the code, the sign code already has restrictions for illumination of signs that limit the signs that face residential properties. They can't operate between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So those restrictions are already in place, and that would extend to this sign. And also there's existing regulations for illuminated signs that prohibit flashing signs or intermittent anything like that. So that would still extend to any projecting signs that may come from this.
And there is code around how bright it can be as well.
That is correct.
Where on the building will the sign be located?
This would be on the corner.
Be on
So
the Hawthorne side.
Exactly right. Yes.
And as you can see in the picture, it's not protruding out too much.
But it's already on one side of the building, no?
It currently is not up.
Okay, it's not up,
No.
but they have the.
They do have. They have the sign. They can put it up currently. It just would not be illuminated.
Okay.
That's permitted. I should also mention that the sign code also restricts the size of projecting signs to 4.5 square feet.
I'm sorry, Megan, I think I cut you off. What, okay. Yeah, I mean, it meets all the other requirements of the sign ordinance. So, any other questions on this particular
I think I
motion?
asked.
Yes.
Is there any objections from residents about this, or that you know of, or anticipate?
No, freaking, we've gotten positive feedback from the residents on that block about the business. This sign, in particular, is very dimly lit, and I think with those existing restrictions about the hours and the brightness of those signs, that it should mitigate neighbor concerns.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, he's anxious to get it up. No. All right, so let's take the vote, please.
Sure.
Item 10A, consideration of amendments to sign regulations ordinance. Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatella?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move on to B. So if I can get a motion and a second on that item.
I move to approve an ordinance amending the liquor license code and increasing the number of Class 1A licenses by 1.
Second.
Okay. Matt, you can explain that. It's kind of an exciting new business.
It is exciting. So, First Watch Restaurant, it's a kind of upscale breakfast, lunch restaurant chain, is currently underway in building out the Noodles and Company space at Lake and Harlem. Part of their business model, they have a cocktail menu, mimosas, Bloody Marys, and the like, that are available to patrons. So they came to us requesting a liquor license, and in order to enable their business model, we felt it was best to create a kind of subcategory of our existing restaurant liquor license, because our current code does not allow restaurants to sell liquor before 11 a.m. This being a breakfast and lunch entity, wanted to sell liquor as early as 7 a.m. So this separate class, the breakfast, brunch, and lunch restaurant, allows for the sale between 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. For holders of this license.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
7 days a week. And we do have the
Oh,
and
hi.
we do have the manager for
I
First
didn't
Watch
know
here.
that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, when are you guys opening? Yeah.
As soon as you guys say yes. September 1st.
September 1st.
Supposed to be opening.
Okay.
I had a couple of questions. I'm not sure that they're necessarily geared towards you. But so this would be for a 1-year license. Our license renewals, just, it may not be pertaining to this, but are they typically 1 year and they get renewed every year?
Correct. So yes, any of our retail, any liquor license is subject to
Gotcha.
review and renewal each year.
Okay. And then I'm trying to find it right now, but I can't. There, as part of this, what I noticed was that for this sale of liquor to be had outdoors, I believe it was, that any person who was asking for like a Bloody Mary or something or a drink would also be required to order food as well. And that seemed, I don't know.
Yeah, that's our ordinance.
So
how
I
it
just wanted to
reads.
make sure I was reading that correctly, and like, does
I
that mean
think
that
the-
the waiter then basically just denies somebody if, you have a group of people and one person says, I only want.
Well, I don't think it's, I think it has to be the establishment that has to offer food, right? How's that work?
I think
So-
it's just the establishment. right?
I'm not sure
Yeah,
what
I-
language
yeah,
you're
you're
looking at
reading
right
that.
now, but the way these work is it's basically to make sure that the liquor license isn't being used to run the equivalent of a bar.
Right.
And so,
So I
there
think
has
it's
to
the
be
establishment.
it has to be ancillary to a full restaurant, meaning a full menu must always be available.
Right.
It typically, I mean, unless you're looking at some language I haven't seen before in
So what
other
Erica's
codes, but
asking is if I walked in and just wanted a mimosa, didn't want to order anything, could I do that?
Yes, you could.
The answer is yes.
yes, you absolutely
Yeah.
could, unless
It's
you're
just the-
looking at.
We very much so then take
Okay,
try
take
to
a look.
find it because
Yeah.
it looked like it was you
Okay.
had to order.
Yeah.
But we have the same situation at Good Earth, right?
But they have
No,
food.
it's a different.
But they have food.
But they have food. The establishment has to have food. Go ahead.
You're
Eric,
talking
check.
about page 423. 8511. It's the red paragraph B. And
Yeah.
the phrasing is the licensee shall only authorize table service of a limited variety, etc., or other similar beverage as an adjunct to
Yeah.
the service of breakfast, lunch, or
Yeah.
brunch. So the intention as I spoke to the KTJ team was that they were selling alcohol as well as food. So it's
to
not
have
to
a full
necessarily
menu available.
correct, not necessarily to discriminate against the person who only wants to have the mimosa, but to offer the menu as well,
Correct.
which you can see as part of the exhibit. It's all on.
Erica,
the
did
same
you read something different? I just want to make sure.
I feel like I did read
Okay.
something different.
Yeah, that's what I
so-
was wondering.
If you
That's
did, I
why
mean, we'll
I'm-
correct it, but that's the
Yeah.
ordinance.
And that's the
I
traditional
don't remember
language.
reading. Right.
It's that it's ancillary
Consumption.
It's
for the business owner, not for the customer.
Does this say person somewhere? Let me just keep looking.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, if you find it, we'll certainly correct it, but it's the institution that.
The word
You-
person appears a lot in our packet.
The only thing
but it's
being
ex-
changed here is in
the
red.
word person appears a lot. Okay, yeah.
So it should be people.
I apologize, I don't have this.
Okay, well, Erica's looking for that.
And I
is
have
there
one
any-
more question
yeah,
about the license
sure.
type. So this license type does not allow for the sale of beer or wine on the premises. Is that's true? And that's not something that you need in your business model. You just have the cocktail menu, and that's
Yeah, we have.
The-
We don't have any beer. We have a brut cuvee for a champagne equivalent, but we don't have any wine. We don't have any beer.
So you don't have like a sangria?
there is a sangria.
That's wine.
The cocktail.
There's
The
there,
cocktail.
Point of-
Oh, you
point
don't
of
consider
clarifi-
that wine?
Point of
Okay.
clarification. So
there's flexibility here.
the restaurant alcoholic liquor license would allow for beer, wine, and spirits. There's a subcategory that's only beer and wine. This would allow if First Watch were to sell beer. It doesn't sound like that's their business model, but a Class 1 license or 1A would be able to serve those.
Right, and especially if there was like a creative drink that might have beer in it, that's like But the idea here is that it's a breakfast lunch type place. So, but they could serve basically whatever they want. But we're trying to keep it a subset.
Found it.
Okay.
Page 427 of the packet. It's B, section 4, B, outdoor consumption. It shall be unlawful for a licensee holding a Class 1, 1A, 2, or 3 local liquor license to serve, sell, or otherwise dispense alcoholic liquor to any person in an outdoor location on the licensee's premises unless that person ordered and received food prepared by the licensee. So I just want to make sure that
Let's
that
see
is
where you-
correct.
That's existing language.
That was we. Oh, that's existing language. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's apparently it limits where you have outdoor, where you have a beer garden, or it's outdoor
So you
seating.
can't have some outdoor.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
limited to outdoors. I mean,
Interesting.
if the board's not interested in maintaining that, we can certainly change it.
I want to make sure that we are understanding that, and then the restaurant is then responsible, right? Because
no.
if somebody, orders something, they would have to tell them.
You brought up a good. Now the question is do we want to change that? Do we want to allow them to have a drink?
I think that it's okay to drink a Bloody Mary if you don't order food.
Yeah, on a patio.
I think so
On a
too.
patio.
I think they should order 2 Bloody Marys. I'm totally cool with that. So, I mean, can we amend that?
Actually, the only thing we would need to do, that sentence is limited to specifically
Outdoor.
that rule.
Outdoor.
To strike it. Just strike the
Here's
sentence.
the good news. We don't have a lot of outdoors. That's why we're struggling. So don't think bad of us. We're going to get this right.
I have a question though, because it does say, it says licensees other than Class 1A.
Yeah.
So
No.
Isn't that the carve
No, it's.
No, it's the prior
right.
sentence.
Yeah, that's.
Other than
good
Class
catch.
A is a reference to the hours.
Yeah, that was to make sure because the hours were
I mean,
inconsistent.
I must have read that 3 times.
Yeah.
I never read it that way.
Yeah,
So good
so
catch.
yeah, we
I
would
was-
just strike it.
yeah.
Maybe there was a bad incident that happened at an outdoor restaurant
We don't
at
have
some
any.
point in the past.
I think
From
they're
being
just
a dry
you know.
village.
anticipating that there'd be
Someone
spitballs going
Someone
on.
got loaded outside and they say we're going to make sure they have food. I
It's
don't
so
know.
funny. I was so convinced that we didn't have that I read it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so are we okay with changing that and modifying it to allowable?
So the motion would include striking that sentence.
Yeah.
And then it can be approved and we'll just strike it.
Yeah, okay.
If
I'll go with
everyone's
that.
okay with everything
Yeah.
else.
You're welcome, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Good catch. Man, oh man, we would have been like, what the heck? What did we do? All right.
Village staff meeting.
Yeah. All right, any more questions? Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote, please.
Okay, item 10B, consideration of amendments to liquor control ordinance, First Watch Restaurant ordinance, contingent upon striking the item that was discussed. Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
And Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the minor amendment to the Keystone Park. So if I can get a motion and a second.
Motion to authorize the village administrator to approve the Park District's request as a minor amendment to the Keystone Plan Development Ordinance.
Second.
Are we ready?
Ready.
Yes.
Okay. Hello. And
Hello.
Thank you for your time and attention. Congrats to those who are new as well. My name is Lynn Liber. I'm the Park District President. Also here today is Mike Grant, who is our prior president and a commissioner. Mike Sletton, our executive director, is on vacation. So for those of you who have been on the board a while, if this Keystone project looks familiar, it should. We came to you in 2020 with a plan to synthetic turf the infields of Keystone Number 1, also known as the Girls Field, and Keystone Number 2, also known as the Boys Field. This had been reviewed and approved as a minor amendment by the DRB and was approved by the village board at that time. Due to cost, though, we moved forward only with Keystone 1, the Girls Field. All this is history, and the window to complete that 2020 project has expired. So here we are again, requesting approval to convert the infield of Keystone Number 2 from grass and dirt to synthetic turf, and this is the infield only, as a minor amendment to the Keystone Plan Development Ordinance. There's some detail associated and some experience we now have with turf, and Mike is going to take you through that.
Good evening, Board.
Hello.
Bob, you scared me about 3 hours ago when you said this day was important, that village permits, parking permits were due. It's the Major League All-Star Home Run Contest tonight, and it's probably over now. I'm glad I hit my DVR. As always, thank you, Board, for serving. Thank you, Lynn, for starting this discussion off, and I agree this is a needed meeting where we can review and refresh on what was originally designed years ago. Before diving into the packet that you have in your board material, here's a little bit from what we've learned and how our participants have benefited from using the first field since 2020, and this sits on my desk. This was one of the three first pitch balls from the field.
Wow.
3 of our softball girls threw out the first pitch on August 9th of 2020. So we'll put that right there. All good news about the field. This is the most popular field in the whole Park District system. It's the most requested. Weather isn't a problem on this field because it's playable after bad weather has cleared. 0 rainouts. Probably remember in the past that field and the northeast corner would get about this much water across the whole infield. We've had pictures of ducks on the infield and all kinds of things. The girls lost all their practices. And so 0 rainouts there. Unlike the boys' field, field number 2, it continues to have much lower play. There are maintenance issues there. And the infield material, diamond dry, dirt, and other elements that are put on the field for play to keep it level with the grass, spill off after big rainstorms. It goes right over the backstop, across the sidewalk, and tons of that material goes right in the sewer system. Staff has the equipment and experience in maintaining the girls' field right now too. So here's how the field is used. At first, you'd think softball, baseball, and our adult softball teams and leagues, but our summer camp gets a lot of use off the girls' field, as well as kickball, yoga classes, mothers with babies and strollers. The Trinity tennis team uses the field for warm-ups when the grass is wet, and their other teammates are using the tennis courts. Flag football, tennis ball, wiffle ball, and impromptu kids activities, and those happen a lot at night. When they're in school, they head over the field and play tag and all kinds of stuff. So let's take a little closer look at the park. There were 2 probably more of the important things in your packets, and the first one is an aerial of the whole park. And if you put Google at the bottom of your sheet, there's a black circle around the boys' field, so that would be in the southwest corner of Keystone East. And up here in the upper right-hand corner of Keystone East, kind of all blends in. That's the girls' field that's done already. So the black circle is the boys' field. Any questions so far? Or just should I keep going? Okay. The next diagram is actually a south view of the east side of the park. Girls' field, northeast corner, and the red is the infield of the boys' field, or Keystone 2. There are a couple changes since last time, very small. There's something else I was going to say about this, though. I don't know. So 2 of the changes are the small rectangles behind the plate area are where the bleachers are going to get moved. We're actually going to downsize bleachers by 50%. So instead of 2 sets on each side, there'll just be 1. Currently, they sit down here.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the dugouts. The dugouts will be about 30% bigger. It makes sense, and this is something we've learned with the other parks, it makes sense to have viewing here where people can see the whole field versus back here and looking through a dugout where you can't see home plate and the batter. So the bleachers will come here. Instead of the 2 pair, they'll just be single on both sides, and the dugouts. The field itself is about 70 by 70, so about 5,000 square feet, which is like 1/10 of the Dominican soccer field, the Priory soccer field that Fenwick plays on, and others. And the high school just decided to, in their phase 2, continue turf on their football field instead of going back to natural gas. They put the geothermal under there. So that just kicked off. And actually the softball and baseball teams at the high school both transitioned to turf within the last 2 years. So this is the boys' field, and a little bit smaller because This is designed for Little League play. That's where our 12U boys play. And none of the older boys, it's called 50-70. The original infield was designed to be a little bit bigger for older boys, but they can play at Priory. So it doesn't have to be that big. So this is actually a little bit smaller than 6-7 years ago when we looked at this. Anything else, Lynn? That's all I had as far as the design. Pretty much the same plan as before. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Very helpful. We also partnered with the River Forest Youth Baseball Softball Board, President Josh and Courtney, and their board to make sure that this still sounded like a good idea, and they're all good with what we proposed.
I have a question.
Sure.
When this came before the board our board in 2019, there was a discussion about an engineering study that needed to be done to assess whether this was going to increase the water runoff. And if it did, then it was not considered a minor amendment.
I think what Trustee Brennan, upon approval, this will have to go through the permitting process and reviewed by our engineer. I think what you're referencing, there's language in the village code about if there's an increase in stormwater that's conveyed into our sewer system, that it would trigger a major amendment to the plan development process. But that would be kind of determined during engineering, and we don't expect that to be the case because it wasn't with the last turf increase. We'll just make sure that it's designed in a way that doesn't increase the stormwater that's offloaded into our system.
So we're expecting an engineering study from the Park District or from a third party?
They are not. That was pretty much done in 2020, and that's that's why we have the retention pond behind the tennis courts there. So that pond or low area was to accommodate both fields, which were approved at the time.
When I'm looking at the packet, I guess, from September 5th, 2019, and it's, oh God, what just happened?
So I think in this case, when the project is actually going in for permitting, our Public Works and Engineering Department will review those plans, and it'll just show that the stormwater there will be conveyed to the retention pond and approved as such if need be. So there's engineering plans that will need to be submitted for permitting.
Okay, that's my question.
Semantics,
I want to
right.
make sure that we're getting the engineering studies for this.
Plans.
Plans, design.
And the plans will show where the
water will go.
flow.
And
So,
who does
I wanna make sure the Park
who does
District-
that?
Well, let's talk about it. So what we're saying is that as you put this turf in, you're gonna need to know where the water is gonna flow, right? And that's
what Matt said.
right.
That's what
And
Matt
I just
said.
want, because just so you're clear that that's the engineering report.
We know
I
the
guess.
rules. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. That'll be typical of the bid documents that go out to whoever does the work to install it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
In the packet, in your public meeting minutes, there's a question about the brown color. What's the brown color? We're not replicating what we have out there.
That's a great question, because if we do all, the board still needs to discuss that, and it's good that there isn't an increased cost to have what's called the skin of the infield right here be green versus brown playing area for the fielders. So a baseball field typically has a green infield skin, like what's there right now.
Right.
So it would make sense to me and RFYBS to put a green infield here to make it look like a baseball field.
Yeah.
So right.
And why we have parks, right? Green
Yeah.
areas.
Well, it'd be really confusing because if we stuck with brown, we would technically have a field that looked like a softball field and a green field where the softball people are playing. So
Can we just have it all look the same?
I would agree with that, wouldn't you? We've talked about that, and
We're not final on which color it's going to be. It'll be green or it'll be brown, but either way, it's the same cost.
Well,
it's the same engineering kind of
I would ask
study.
that it be green. That would be my.
Thank you, Bob. You did
Wait, but I mean, what do you guys want? I mean, is that something we can make specific? Like, it should be green?
I don't think it needs to be decided tonight or discussed.
Well,
really,
it sounds like
but
from your director, like he's got a pretty good idea of what he wants to do.
it does. I would agree.
So I think we're at a
Mhm.
point where we're going to make an adjustment. So we should make a recommendation.
Okay, Bob,
Yes.
full disclosure.
Yes.
I will fight to make sure that is green because it's a baseball field.
Thank
It should look like a baseball
Can we just say
field.
it's got to be green?
No.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Can we clarify? In the green, we're calling green infield. Currently, the softball field is completely green turf. You would envision the base paths being
brown.
dirt,
Brown.
right?
With the
Okay,
green
I just
square
want
in
to
the
clarify
middle.
that
You can
green.
Go by Keystone and it'll look just
Right. No,
like
exactly.
it is
Understood.
right now.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought it was just highlighted for the area, not that it was going to be that color. But
Well, originally, hey, let's put
Yeah.
in the infield, and brown was the
Yeah.
color that was picked. And then it morphed into, well, we're gonna make this look like red just to show that this is the project area.
okay.
The project area needs to get a tweak so it looks like a baseball field, green
Right.
on the inside.
So,
Right.
Mike, all we're asking for is that we could be very specific or we don't have to be specific. What would you like?
I don't think we should be specific.
I don't think
Okay.
we need
I
to be.
mean,
All right.
no.
Because,
That's fine.
We
We're
got
just
it.
trying to accommodate.
We got it.
Okay.
Okay.
You got it.
Yeah, so now that the question's been asked, are you saying with the brown that it would mimic like sand color? Is that the idea, or is it
It mimics
Correct.
dirt.
Yeah.
The
Mimic
dirt
dirt.
infield.
Dirt infield.
Welcome to the park where you can run in dirt.
It would
And-
mimic that, right?
And to be fair, I mean, that is typically what's in a girl's infield. But it's also the general color, like if you go over to Ridgeland, that's what everybody's playing on, and then softball
right.
plays on it, all those fields over there are all brown. And they look
Okay.
really
Okay.
nice,
Any
but they're just brown.
excuse me, any dual facility, it'll be easy to see where baseball is played and where softball is played.
Right.
Because there are certain colors that that particular sport uses.
But to your earlier point, the girls were playing over on the green one.
Well,
Forget
that
about
was-
it. Let's
that-
just get
that
to
was-
this.
That was kind of in the past because we had some aesthetic things that we wanted to
All right.
make sure look all.
Anything else you guys want to tell us, or anything that you want to ask them? Because okay, you okay?
Lynn says she's got it covered.
Oh, you got to cover. Okay, Lynn.
I have a statement I want to make.
Go ahead.
Okay. I understand that Keystone Field 1 was converted to artificial turf in 2020, but that decision does not erase the serious health, safety, and environmental risks associated with synthetic fields. It's deeply troubling that while our village promotes itself as environmentally conscious, taking commendable steps like restricting polystyrene use and investing in green alley projects, we continue to endorse artificial turf. This contradiction suggests we are only green when it's convenient, opting for short-term conveniences at the expense of our children's health and long-term environmental impacts. The Park District's FAQs claimed that extensive research 5 years ago found no verifiable data to support concerns that turf is irresponsible. I find it disheartening that we are content to accept this statement without question. That research is already 5 years old, and even then, valid and reliable studies identified significant risks, including excessive surface heat, increased injury among players, environmental degradation, and leaching of harmful plastics and chemicals from artificial turf into our water systems. Today, the body of evidence has only grown stronger. Based on this evidence, cities like Boston have banned artificial turf. Vermont, Connecticut, Colorado, and Rhode Island have restricted turf on state property, and New York and California have enacted moratoriums. California no longer categorizes artificial turf as an acceptable form of drought-tolerant landscaping. We know that artificial turf cannot be recycled. It ends up in landfills, where it releases harmful microplastics and PFAS chemicals from the plastic grass blades. These contaminants eventually leach into our groundwater, contributing to long-term pollution. At a cost of $440,000 for Keystone Ball Field number 2, with replacement needed in 8 to 10 years, the financial burden to our taxpayers is also substantial. Earlier tonight, we voted to install 2 permeable paver lots in the village. We did this at significant expense to allow stormwater to infiltrate into the ground where it falls, capturing and storing water in the ground rather than flowing through sewer systems, often overwhelmed by intense rain events, to improve water quality in rivers and streams, to alleviate flooding and ponding near project sites, and to educate the public about the value of green infrastructure. And now the Park District presents us with a project that does the opposite. In short, we must stop pretending that artificial turf is a harmless and sustainable option. It is not. If we are truly committed to our children's health and safety and being an environmentally responsible community, then we must confront the reality of artificial turf's impacts, not dismiss them. So based on that information and my ethical and moral issue with this, I'm going to abstain from the vote on this issue.
Thank you, Katie. I'm glad you brought some of those things up. And some of those items were in the May 5th, 2018 sustainability report that I went through. And back in 2018 and 2019, the board went through all of these things meticulously. I actually did some research on that report, and the recyclability, for one thing, is an issue, and it has turned into a good issue. The backing for that material is recyclable, and the fill is recyclable. It's sand and filled with cool fill, so it doesn't reach the temps that it used to 5 years ago. The study that was in this report was from 2 Texas football fields in August, which is a different environment than what we have here. The cool fill is recyclable as well. The sand and the other material put in, it's not chopped up tires anymore. The picture that was in the report as well that showed a heaping mound of turf in a pile ready to go in a landfill was not by a landfill. It was at a recycling facility. So as a Park District Commissioner, the last thing that I would want to do is promote a change in a field that's going to harm our kids. The field is more playable, injure a kid. They don't scuff up their knees and elbows like when they play on dolomite and dirt and get infected. I have pictures of my own athletes and that happening too. I'm not worried about the temperature. We don't have to water it down like we do and like folks do in southern locales. And as far as the sewer waste, the way that grass holds in that cool fill that's not environmentally damaging anyway doesn't fill up the sewers as much as it does with all of that diamond dry and material that they throw on that goes right down into the sewer. Someone even accused the Park District of killing fish in Lake Michigan because of runoff of turf material. And again, it's not carcinogenic stuff that's put in that infield. I have no qualms about this project, and if I did, I would be the first one to kill it. So, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right.
Any other
questions then for the Park District? All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead, take the vote.
Thank you.
Yep, yeah, of course.
Item 10C, consideration of a minor amendment to Keystone Park Plan Development Turf Infield. Trustee O'Connell.
Yes.
Trustee Gillis.
Yes.
Trustee Cascatello.
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez.
Yes.
Trustee Bachner.
Yes.
And you abstained.
I'm abstaining. Yeah, thank you.
Can you abstain? I didn't know,
What's the
one
que-
can abstain.
So the law is that unless you have a conflict of interest, there's an affirmative duty under Illinois law to vote. Now, as a matter of the First Amendment, I can't instruct a trustee to vote a certain way, but the clerk will record the vote to go with the majority.
Oh, I have a moral conflict.
I understand, but it's not a well. It'll be reflected as an abstention. I'm just saying a court, what a court will do if there's no valid basis to abstain is count the vote with the majority. The one exception is where, like for an ordinance, the law requires 4 affirmative votes.
No.
So an abstention will not count as an affirmative vote. So in any event, the record will reflect the abstention.
Okay.
I understand.
Not worried this is going to go
I'm
to a
just-
court.
I was asked.
You never know.
That's Illinois law.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to make sure we all understood it. Okay, thanks, guys. All right. Yep.
Think green.
Think green. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Green.
Green.
All right, now
Literally.
Yes.
let's talk about safety. All right, we're on to the D. If I can get a motion in a second.
Motion to approve an ordinance adopting or revise Chapter 4 Bicycle and Motor Scooters of River Forest Municipal Code, which incorporates relevant provisions of the Illinois Vehicle Code 625 ILCS 5/Chapter 11, Article XV, by reference and repealing all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict therewith.
Wow. Okay.
Second.
That was very res-like.
Second.
That's it.
No, I think
They're
Megan
with.
said second. Megan said second, yeah. All right, so let's, all right, so is, yeah, hey, Jim. It seems like 5 hours
We
ago.
thought we
saw you.
lost him.
Yeah.
Did you have that mimosa? Great.
It's too late.
It's too late, that's true.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi. So the reason for the change to ordinance was to basically ensure consistency and clarity and adopt the Illinois Vehicle Code sections that govern bicycles, e-scooters, and e-bikes. Also to provide detailed guidance about what those items are, because it's on this adventure over the past month and a half, 2 months, I've learned a lot, so I'm sure our residents are curious or have had questions about it. I know we've fielded calls about what is this, what is that, differentiating between the different types of products that are out there as far as the e-bikes and the e-scooters. Ultimately, the goal is with everything is to enhance public safety. The nature of the changes, basically we're maintaining the existing sections in the bicycle registration, licensing, helmet requirements, and the traditional motor scooter provisions, as I've been referring to them. As I say traditional, people are, what does that mean? So I like a Vespa or the little Honda motor scooters that used to be widely popular. Some of the key additions from the state law include the riding positions, the traffic laws, the carrying of articles on the bikes, and clinging to vehicles where you can't coast off a car when you're on a scooter or a bike. Some of those things were already in the ordinance. This just codifies them with the supporting Illinois Vehicle Code sections. Their equipment requirements are laid out in the proposed ordinance, as well as identifying numbers and police inspection authority. Those were already in the ordinance. This just, again, reiterates the Illinois Vehicle Code and reinforces the existing ordinance. As with maneuvering and signals, sidewalk use, parking, special operations. So everything with bicycles is pretty much the same. It hasn't changed in years. The biggest changes came with the proliferation of e-bikes and e-scooters. I think even more specifically, e-bikes have been around a while and we've all seen them, but scooters have definitely, the e-scooters have definitely taken off in a big way over the past year, not only in River Forest, but throughout the Chicagoland area and probably throughout, I'm sure throughout the country. I didn't do an expansive, exhaustive search on that. I didn't need to look too far other than the Chicago metro area. The ordinance going through the materials and deducing what is what, and working with Matt and other village staff, we were able to say it would be a good idea to differentiate between the different classes of bicycles and e-scooters in the ordinance. So at the end of the ordinance, there's a table that outlines and describes the provisions and restrictions or the allowances for each type of vehicle, or conveyance would probably be a better word to use than vehicle. The standards for the equipment, what makes a class 1 bike, e-bike, a class 1 e-bike versus a class 2 or a class 3, and what their restrictions or allowances are. And then with the low-speed scooters, one of the most interesting things was on this journey is to learn that the Illinois state law and the e-bike and the e-scooter stuff mirrors Illinois vehicle code. So this isn't a River Forest specific ordinance. It's just adopting much of the Illinois vehicle code to be to give for a couple different reasons. One is to, if we had a situation today without the ordinance in place and we had a 15-year-old kid riding an e-scooter and for whatever reason it decided that this was going to escalate to where the juvenile needed to be cited. There are different circumstances where that could happen. The only option our officers would have now would be to write that student or that child juvenile minor would be to write them a state violation, which then would be recorded to the Secretary of State's office and require that information to be sent not only to Secretary of State, which could hinder future licensing provisions for that juvenile minor non-driver yet, and also it will go over to the 4th District Maybrook Courthouse. With the ordinance in place, it gives us more latitude where we can cite the juvenile if we were to get to citations. I'll go through what our goal or our vision on this is. But if we were to cite the juvenile in a local ordinance, the violation stays with the Village of River Forest, goes before an adjudication officer, and there's a lot more latitude on what the adjudication officer can provide as guidance for the young person, where it could be bike safety or e-scooter safety or something like that, rather than just you're going to court and good luck. And again, the Secretary of State's office being notified. The then 14-year-old kid goes to get his driver's license permit when he's 16, and there's this little violation. How did you get, which raises questions and can definitely muck up the process for a young kid who was just riding an e-scooter. And I understand the fun of them and all of that, but the main concern is the safety, because some of these scooters go about 30 miles per hour if they want to, and the kids that are on them oftentimes aren't wearing helmets, or they're riding in packs or groups, as kids do, where they all hang out together, and the daredevil mode kicks in, and no helmet on a scooter traveling any vehicle traveling that fast or conveyance, there's going to be an injury, hopefully not as severe, but likely would be at that speed without any safety materials other than their skin and their bones. So I don't need to go too deep into that.
Right.
But some of the questions I did have was, what's the difference between a 16-year-old taking an electric truck out, or like a Tesla Cybertruck or a Toyota Prius versus an e-scooter or an e-bike? Well, the difference is all the safety features that you have on a vehicle, an actual vehicle, versus what you have on an e-bike or an e-scooter, which again is only limited to what the rider is either wearing or their experience and a lot of good luck. So we're trying to eliminate the good luck feature from our kids' safety. With that, are there any questions? And I'm going to guess there may be.
I have questions.
Sure.
I also have a 12-year-old, so I am intimately familiar with what it looks like at Roosevelt when kids get out of school and some of them are riding the e-bikes. It's a bit of a scrum in that situation. I don't know how to differentiate, as a parent, the Class 1 bikes and the Class 2 bikes, which are, according to Illinois law, legal for these younger riders to be riding on the street. And I'm concerned that this ordinance, while it matches Illinois state law, it matches Elmhurst. There are other municipalities that have taken it further and restricted e-bikes to the age of 16. Is that something that we've considered?
We do have some restrictions on the fact that we're a non-home rule community, so we can't go beyond the scope of what non-home rule communities can. We can't go further than the state law. We can go right up to the edge of and including, but we can't go beyond that. So some of the communities that have gone with further restrictions are likely home rule communities.
Hinsdale isn't, and I was looking at their ordinance. So I was just curious, given that I do care about their little brains.
Yeah, we do too.
Yeah,
so
you do.
We can look at that. This is a big issue for municipalities now. So we didn't spend a lot of time with yours because our understanding was, as a policy matter, the police had already decided they just wanted to basically incorporate state law. There may be a way to go beyond it. Hinsdale, we did Hinsdale. We do Hinsdale.
Yeah.
So I'll have to look at that. But we weren't asked to look at it. Many communities have yet to adopt the ordinance. I know Western Springs has adopted, Hinsdale has adopted. Many are looking at drafts.
Adopted what? Stricter?
No, and ordinance.
And
ordinance.
We don't know.
And I can't speak to Michael Mars did the actual work with Hinsdale. We do Hinsdale together. I can talk to him if there's interest on the board. But going into this, what we reviewed in the last few days to get this ready was the draft that police had done. We made some suggestions. We understood that they wanted to go to the edge of state law, which is perfectly fine. And why they wanted to do it.
Let's kind of adjudicate your two positions.
Yeah.
We understand your position. Okay. So, Chief, is there a reason why you didn't want to, as Megan, go further?
Well, on some of the initial drafts, I won't say my drafts, on some of the initial drafts, we did go further than with restricting speeds and with restricting other features.
Right.
However, you get beyond what you really can do.
Okay.
So it was where there'd be a provision where there could have been a provision where a person on a Class 3 bicycle could not go faster than 15 miles per hour. Or are you saying that nobody can have a vehicle or a Class 3 bicycle that goes faster than 15 miles per hour? So you get into the little minutia of the details. It would keep us here until much later than we already have been.
I think what I was thinking of was a blanket age restriction, because I just find it difficult to understand the differences between the classes, and what I don't want to do is have us communicate this issue, have people purchase Class 1 or Class 2 e-bikes for younger riders, and then us to revise our ordinance to exclude them again.
I think that's
right.
I think that's a great point. I mean, why wouldn't we want to be clear on the
I definitely agree
Yeah,
of
I agree.
A ban of e-bikes to a certain age. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the points that you're making make a lot of sense too, especially while a lot of municipalities are looking at this, and there's probably a chance that we will or potentially could go stricter at some point.
Megan, what do you want to put in that one?
Hinsdale's the example, I'd be
Well,
very
I think
interested.
Hinsdale's got a lot
If you look
more.
at the Tribune today, the whole article is
I
there
know.
about
I
who's
didn't-
doing it and who's not doing it.
Who
So
finished it?
there's
I think-
enough,
I didn't finish that. Yeah, I know. I should have read it.
What I
just wanna get to
what I would
Megan's
ask is
question.
if we start with this, and if we want to go more strict, we can bring that before the board at a future meeting. It could be next month or at the next
But
meeting.
could we make the age and
So
clear-
the state doesn't have an age minimum for
Yeah.
those classes, which I think is what Chief's point was.
yeah.
And then what I want to do if we do that is communicate that this might not be a final decision. So that what I want to prevent is someone purchasing expensive e-bikes
Yep.
that they then won't be able to use in the way that they intended to.
Right, because you're going to restrict the age.
Yeah.
Right. I understand that too.
So I want to make sure we didn't. So okay, we're talking around it, but I want to make what is your feeling on doing that, on the age
If it's permissible, which it could be, you know.
Yeah,
with
well, I'll
something-
have to look at it,
We'd have to look at offline, you know, to make it more strict. Then I would support that. I mean, the idea is to try to protect these, especially the littlest of kids and the, you know, I have, you know, I mean, I have my own personal opinions where make it 18 for the helmets, make it 18 for everything, you know, but again, I don't want it to be the fun police either, where we're taking away, you know, because then, okay, well, yeah, officer, I'm riding the e-bike, but I'm not using the motor. I was just pedaling. Okay, well, prove that you weren't, prove that you were, you know, and then it gets to a point where you might,
crazy.
you start having to get into some really fine detail that would be difficult to prove or not prove.
And I feel.
And as we want to make a 16-year-old come into even adjudication hearing and say, I wasn't pedaling, and okay, yeah, you were, but you know, we can have officers come in to testify against a 16-year-old on a local ordinance violation, when ultimately the goal is to have voluntary compliance. And to your point, you know, voluntary compliance and not keep changing it would be perfect.
Yeah.
But if we had voluntary compliance and then you have a situation where you see a kid out there, you know, maybe driving a little or riding the bike a little too fast, or the e-scooter like a crazy person, then you're able to stop them, talk to them. An officer can say, look, here's the deal. The kid, 9 times out of 10, a person's going to be, I understand, but then there's the 1 out of 10, well, I can do what I want. My mom and dad got this for me. Okay, well, let's talk to your mom and dad, have mom and dad come over. If mom and dad are like, yeah, you're right, Junior, come on. Or the 1 out of 100 times you'll get the, what are you talking about? So there's different ways that we can keep this very educational, and then there's also the enforcement piece if necessary.
Yeah, and I think a lot about the parents and the officers all needing to be able to determine at a glance the difference in the
Right.
class of e-bike. And that just, it seems like a high burden of knowledge for everyone.
Everyone,
for that.
yeah.
So I think this chart, which is 466 in our package and
Yep.
467,
Okay.
I think this is a nice piece of work, and I think
Yep.
this is deserving of you know, one of our, you know, village flyers or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to get this out. We need to. let
We do have
people-
one put together based
Good,
on
great.
that
Yeah,
information.
in fact,
too.
I was gonna. I know you want to answer a question, but the one, because you touched on this, I think somewhere in this document we need to put, you know, that educational piece. Like, we really need a presentation to D90, to PTO, to, I'm sure there's others that I can't think of, but that they need to know this. I mean, us just doing this and then putting it in a newsletter.
I mean,
It's not going to be as
to Megan's
effective as
point,
us.
people are going out and buying these expensive
No, I
things.
get that.
Yeah,
That's
right.
why I want to go in front of the PTO. I want to go in front of the D90. I want to say, this is our law. You
And
know,
D90 at the beginning of the summer, end of the school year, right in that area, had offered to help with getting the word out on this in communications.
Can we get specific? I don't want to get crazy on this ordinance, but I want them to be part of this. I don't want this to be, you know, separate from them. 'Cause without them, without the parents, I don't know how you enforce this. I really don't. You don't have enough cops. There's not enough police officers.
No.
Lately. And I mean, we're
You
talking
get
about
voluntary compliance.
We're
Yeah.
talking about bicycles that are going. I mean, they're not bicycles, right? They're
Yeah, they're
it's
motors.
20 miles per hour. It's 15 miles per hour. Kids need driver's licenses at 16, right? I mean, these are pretty fast speeds to be going.
And that's
it's
the
easy.
ironic variance in the law, where you have the state law for bicycles, no matter what kind they are. And let's say traditional bikes, we get it, you know. But the e-bikes, there's really no restriction except for the class 3s. And then on e-scooters, which I always thought of, because I'm thinking of when my kids were little, which is now long ago, when they had the little 3 mile per hour scooters, you know, because your kids were too small to, you know, use their feet yet, but they could balance. But now you have the Segway type things that zip around like crazy. Those are going so fast that the state law is more restrictive to the scooters than it is to the e-bikes. The state law is 18, that's it. Scooters doesn't differentiate. Really, a low speed scooter, max speed of 10 miles per hour, you have to be 18. That's it.
It's because
It's very clear.
The accidents are rising about 45% a year, and the injuries are becoming more
They're horrific.
catastrophic.
Yeah.
Yes, they are terrible injuries.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting that e-bikes, I think, that even go faster just by their nature.
So we know that they're all dangerous, and I just want to make sure that we're going to hopefully, approve this with later modifications, whatever you all agree to. But I want to make sure that this gets out to the proper organizations. We can only do our part here in the village, but it's somewhere it either needs to say that, or, I know we say, yeah, we're going to do it, but this has to be amongst other units of government and other organizations like the PTO.
Yeah, and I think working with D200
Yep.
and D90 and all of the private schools would be helpful.
The Park District as well. They had,
District.
Director Sletton had reached out to us, I think, last week, asking for information about the e-scooters, where the village was on that. And, Matt was able to share with them that we were doing this tonight. We're going to be
Could
reviewing
we
this evening.
add something in here that says, that's our intent is to work with these organizations and get this out to them? And I know it sounds kind of crazy because that's what we try to do with everything, but this is so important for their involvement.
We could put it in whereas clauses.
Yeah,
or
maybe that would be great.
preamble.
I know it's in the execution. I get that, but I do believe that something like that just kind of gives more of a punch to it. I think we need it.
I'm curious with the Park District, what were their comments or what were their questions?
I can take that.
Go ahead, Matt. If you
Yeah, Director Sletton, they get a number of complaints. I think Keystone Park's probably amongst the most popular places in town where they're being seen. So the question was whether the village was adopting anything locally. We recommended that they put up signage throughout their park system to make it easier for enforcement, so that our officers would be able to point to the sign to enforce those. So hopefully that will be coming soon to the to park properties.
How crazy this is. They come zipping through. You can't even get them. They're gone. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Rosa, you had a question. Yeah.
I was just confused on a section in here. In section 9428, it's talking about the low-speed electric bicycles, and it says they're allowed for use anywhere that a regular bicycle is used. And then in item H, it says a person may not operate a low-speed electric bicycle on a sidewalk.
That's true.
So it seems contradictory.
that may be. So H would need to be stricken.
Okay.
There were different versions of this as we were going through this, where we don't want to have the, and if the age restriction changes, the thought is less than it would be that go on the road. It wouldn't be on the sidewalk. But if we're going to allow children, we'll just call them children or youths or minors, to ride the bikes, I would prefer that they're riding them in a safe manner on the sidewalk as a normal bike, so that we don't have a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 12-year-old on an e-bike on the roadway because they don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it almost makes more of the argument of why it needs to be 16 or above, because e-bikes shouldn't be on the sidewalks, right? Like, it's so easy to hurt someone else like that. So, yeah.
Thank you for putting all of this together, by the way.
No problem.
Chief,
My pleasure.
I've got one other thing. Sure. I think you mentioned that you updated our village's bicycle language based on the state language. But we've got the bicycle plan that has some language about complete streets and bicycles having the full right of way on a street, as opposed to this new language that says you have to stay next to the curb. And so there's some conflicting language, I think, in here compared to our 2018 bicycle plan. Probably needs to be compared.
Even with sharrows and bike lanes, specifically with sharrows, which mainly we have in town, in some locations, although the bike does have the full use of the lane, there's a provision that they're to also yield to the traffic that's overcoming them. So if you're on a road where there's a shared lane of traffic, the bicycle does have a duty to get out of the way
Yeah.
instead of having a truck drive behind them just because it's entertaining.
Yeah.
You know, not that's why they would be doing it, but you know, and if they didn't know it was there, the truck does. The bicyclist has the right of way because they're in the front, but they also have a duty to pay attention and get out of the way. So it's nuanced, just like everything with the roadway and traffic laws,
Yeah.
where you know, the bicyclist does have the right of way until they don't, just like the pedestrian has the right of way until they don't. Like you know, a pedicyclist should not be doing this on a state highway, you know, even though on every other road they could do such thing. So it gets very
So should
granular.
we do I mean,
Yeah, totally agree. Sorry.
Yeah, in other words, we could still pass this with that, you know, like we'll compare it to the bike plan, make sure there's no conflicting language.
Jack, did you have anything to add?
Mike, I'll share the mic with you.
Yeah,
Jack,
yeah.
if you want.
So as Chief Greenwood explained, there are rules in particular when it comes to those signed
Yep.
bike routes in terms of like, yes, the bike does have the lane to a point. As soon as you have that truck or you have, you know, regular traffic backing up behind you, like Chief explained, if somebody wanted to be smart and go extremely slow, it's their duty to get out of the way to let the traffic go behind them. They do have the use of that full lane, but be cognizant of what's around you. So we do have our master bike plan. We do have dedicated bike routes. We do have sharrows. We do have all of those signs and everything up. So to raise awareness to drivers, but they still have to obey the rules of the road.
I just want to make sure it's consistent. The two documents are consistent.
Yeah, and we'll definitely take a look and do a compare and contrast and make sure they line up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or there's no conflicting language, right. All right, good points. Good stuff. Anybody else have any to add? All right, great. So,
Thank you.
why don't we go ahead and vote and with the changes?
Okay, item 10D, consideration of an amendment to Village Code regarding the regulation of bicycles and motor scooters ordinance, subject to changes that were discussed this evening. Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Casatello?
With the hope that we can create a stronger ordinance in the future, yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Okay, real good. Thanks, Chief. All right, so let's go on to 10E, settlement approval of the UP contract.
Motion to execute motion to authorize the execution of the proposed settlement agreement with Union Pacific Railroad.
Second.
Okay. So, Lance, why don't we go through this a little bit?
Sure. So the board may recall we did spend a closed session discussing a possible settlement with UP. To remind the board, Union Pacific sued us because of all the pendency of the tickets that we had been writing and continuing for a long, long time. And the policy direction was not to agree to continue those cases, which meant they were going to have to put legal counsel on them. There are preemption issues, which are counterbalanced by public safety exceptions in the federal law. And UP sued the village to basically enjoin the village from issuing the tickets based on preemption. We filed a motion to dismiss, relying on the public safety exception later, but right away Union Pacific telegraphed that they wanted to talk settlement. So back in November we had a closed session and the board directed us to move forward with a concept that is reflected here, and that is that there is now, instead of ticketing a driver of a train, there's a protocol. And if there's idling going on that's in violation of the village code, there are specific ways that this is to be brought to Union Pacific's attention. Their higher ups, the people that have the authority to deal with these situations, there are protective measures to make sure that that occurs. And then there's also a provision that deals with all the past citations, and there's a pretty decent amount of money coming back to the village for us in settlement of those citations. We also know as a matter of experience that when Union Pacific is paying attention to its operations, the violations can be controlled. And we've seen that during the discussions. They've managed, to keep this under control. And so we think it's a good settlement agreement. And it allows both parties to move forward if it falls apart, because they'll not only be in violation of the village code, but they'll be in violation of the settlement agreement. So our recommendation is we should vote to approve it. Union Pacific has accepted this. They've accepted every part of it, and so with the board's approval, we've already given them the payment information. We'll get everything in force. The protocol will be in place, because I think they've executed it already. It's going through their channels this past week, and then we'll get our check in the next week to 10 days.
Lance, I have one question.
Yes.
In the first whereas clause,
Yes.
It says due to reasons necessary for operations. Then it goes in to say that Union Pacific did these things. And then all the whereas clauses are incorporated into the document. I don't like for the village to admit that it was necessary for them to do this. Can we switch that to due to operational reasons? Is there still the ability to make a revision to this agreement?
Well, sure. If the board wants it, we can ask.
It seems like it's an admission on our part to say, oh yeah, it was necessary for you to have that idling. And I don't think that we want to admit that or say that. First whereas.
I'm looking.
Yeah, but I think that was
I
something
do
that-
know that there was versions exchanged that between the parties that
we actually talked about
went
that.
over that.
And I thought they needed that because they may have a need to idle.
Yeah, I mean,
That's when they came to us to begin with. This whole thing started saying we have to do it.
Right.
Whereas.
So it's the very first one. I
know.
totally
I see
remember
it.
that.
I mean, we've fought over a lot of a lot of language.
Yeah. I thought they wanted that because there might be a need, and we
Well,
said
that's fine, and you can say due to operational reasons instead of due to reasons necessary for operations. Because if we keep that in, arguably, we're admitting that it's necessary for them to idle.
But Katie, they're arguing that. They're saying there's going to be a need for us to idle. And we're saying, okay, but these are still our requirements. You can't idle this long. You can't. And if you do, there's these grievances process that you have to go through.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is there are times when they would rather be moving, but they can't because of traffic.
Whatever.
And that's their position. Whether it violates the code or not, it doesn't settle that question.
Right.
Anyway, I don't know. But to answer your legal question, it's not adopted until it gets 4 affirmative votes. So
Yeah.
so
Well, I would
rather not go back.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, because I think they want it.
I don't.
Well,
know.
sure they want it.
Yeah,
Because because it's us telling them we see that it's necessary for you to idle, which is
But you're right.
not
you're
in
right.
not in our
agree.
best interest.
I agree, but I think they say yes, but there might be times that we might need to idle, and therefore it does go through the grievance
Well, that's-
process. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
That's
I mean,
not.
So for the
Then you
grievance
just,
process,
we can
I know
I
you don't
mean,
want to.
I
I'm
don't
just trying to
mind.
think of, if you say that that they claim that due to necessary operation, that they're claiming that, not that we're agreeing to that.
Yeah.
Well, by signing this, we're saying yes, it's necessary for you because
No.
that's incorporated.
But what I'm proposing is that they're claiming that, we're signing that, but they are claiming that's what they're saying.
Oh, you
not
could.
that-
Yes, you're right. You could say, that Union
they-
Pacific
Can
states
I
that.
just
it-
point
Okay.
something out?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
the first whereas clause, I view as its context is the second whereas clause. Whereas
Yeah,
we
I
run a
agree.
big train operation, and whereas there's a lot of traffic on these rails, and whereas we'd love to keep moving and never stop because we'd be more efficient, sometimes we can't. Whereas the village has all these provisions which to protect, from extensive idling, and whereas, then you go next, whereas responding to the complaints of this dispute, we need to idle, we have a code, we've had all these problems. The
Right.
parties desire to create this settlement agreement to resolve those tensions. That's how I ended up
Well,
looking
the
at it.
settle and how we move forward.
And how we move forward.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't read it that way, but I'm not gonna hold it up. I think it's in our best interest to replace that with operational reasons, because each of the whereas clauses is specifically incorporated into this document. But if I completely understand the desire to get it signed as has been negotiated. Unfortunately, what's come to our board is the final version of it.
No, we can change. It's nothing. I mean, if the full board wants to change it, we can do that. It's no. I mean,
It's not finalized.
don't ever say that. I think what we're saying is, I don't think this is a big issue. But if you guys think it's a big issue, we could certainly change it. I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Oppose it. They might say no.
I mean, we could certainly take it out and say reasons for operations, but I mean, it's still going to
Does
say.
it prevent us in the future, do you think, from even if it's necessary for us to cite them?
To what? Say that again.
To cite them
Yes.
as a violation?
It would. This is it goes through the protocol. And if we think they're not following the protocol in good faith and addressing the problem, we bring an action under the settlement agreement. Because the tickets really aren't a great way to,
Yeah,
they were just
it's punitive versus.
It's the citations piled up, and you're issuing it to drivers, and we never got into issues of do we have proper service on the corporation when you issue a ticket to it. I mean, there are all sorts of legal issues that this is much better to work under.
Yeah, the other one was more punitive. Like, okay, you did this, and there was no way to fix it. I think this one does a lot. Here, if the majority of the board wants to take necessary, I don't think that's going to be a deal breaker.
It says each of the introductory statements contained in the preamble and recitals hereto are incorporated into section 1 of this settlement agreement as material terms and provisions agreed to by the parties. It makes me uncomfortable.
Again, I don't. It's fine. I mean, I see your point. I just don't know how that's going to change their position of when something is required by operations. I mean, that's what they're going to say.
It's not.
It would change. I think the grievance procedure is where it would come in, because they have the opportunity then to investigate any grievance, and they can just come back with every grievance and say it was necessary. It was necessary. Look, you signed this. It's necessary.
Which they're going to come back and say it's
necessary
take
anyway.
necessary out, and it says it's part of our operations. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to. Fine, we can take it out, but I think they would still argue that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So there is going to be a situation where, we think they obviously could have controlled this much better, and part of the reason they weren't is because no one was instructing their drivers and the managers on the ground as to the fact you're going right by this residential area, and they need to pay attention to staging. We think they had control over it, and we think they've demonstrated that. I think their point is that there are times where they may not have an option. And that's how the protocol will work. If there's one incident, they may be able to show us this train broke down over here, and there are issues with how difficult it is to turn off and turn on these big diesel engines. And so they're very well, I think, are situations where operationally they were stuck. We just think they're far and few between if they're paying attention to how they go through us. And I
because
think
they can stop at
I think
proviso
this
yards.
says that, but I'm happy to go back with whatever you want me to do.
I don't know that I feel like it would be productive given what I know working with Union Pacific. I think that Katie does have a point, though, that the language is deliberate on their part to create a burden for the village in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly take it out. I mean, I have no issues with it. I don't think anybody would have an issue out. But I think they will create their burden, right? So fine. Are you fine with it? I mean,
No, I'm okay with it, but I was going to say too
are you
that if
guys
it's
fine with it?
the alternate would be is that this gets changed so that they are claiming that it's necessary for their operations,
Right.
not that we're admitting that. You know what I mean?
And that's fine too. That's,
So-
that's a fine alternative.
So they, yeah,
Either
we're
one.
saying, of course, you're
Well, and
claiming.
they
it.
may, and then we may need to alter the second whereas if they want us to
Okay,
say
then we
we're
can-
claiming this
yeah.
is all in violation of the village code. Or
Okay.
You know.
Yeah,
All right.
it might arguably it might be easier just to remove the necessary rather than have to
That's fine, too. I'm
change
not
both.
saying-
I don't feel strongly about
That's what I said.
which
Just remove the necessary.
fix.
Maybe we can
Just
remove
remove the
that,
brewer.
and I'm just saying if they push back,
Yeah.
the alternate would then say
Yeah.
okay,
So
that they're claiming. that.
should we start by just asking, say that our board wants us to remove the word necessary?
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Just the
That-
word
okay.
necessary.
Right.
Right.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a big deal. I mean, I
Yes,
think.
it can be approved subject to that, and then I sort of hope they haven't signed it.
Right.
Well, even if they have, we'll cross
No,
it out.
it's just, it's just.
I'm not worried about it.
It's just, yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to change the pagination.
No.
No.
No,
No,
we'll
no,
change
no.
that and change the intent. Okay.
I had a question about the, in the memo, it was noted that there weren't any complaints to village police in 2025. And so I am curious, moving forward, is that the established protocol then for anybody who has a complaint, like a resident, to contact village police? And if that is the protocol, are they contacting non-emergency or emergency so that it gets recorded? Because I know I had a complaint in 2025 of them idling over by Hawthorne and, I don't know, Central or Thatcher.
So the protocol for residents would be through calling 911 through our dispatch center so that a police officer can go note the time and wait for the 15 minutes. And then once that complaint would be received, we'd go through the grievance protocol and it would come through the administration side.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so that's probably,
I know that there have been instances of idling for times I've seen it myself, but in terms of received through dispatch, there haven't been any since
do you
January
have a
1st.
sense if our residents are aware of that? Like,
We've told
them.
we-
We've actually.
If residents are aware of.
are aware that they need to
Yes.
contact police?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, we received dozens in 2024.
Okay.
In the first 6 months, that's where a lot of the tickets that led to this
Mm-hmm.
came from. So absolutely,
And there
I
was
know,
also some outreach about this draft agreement with. some
Oh,
of
there
the-
was. In fact, we reached out to all the residents right along the ones that actually complained and had the TV. And we had a great meeting, and they actually loved the idea of the grievance, piece of it, because they said that would be a great way for them to solve
Yeah.
issues versus us just being punitive.
So if a resident calls the village and, we pick up at the front desk, are we telling them then that for this kind of complaint, they need to contact the village police?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
We would have that.
Yeah, I think that would be important. And then if we get complaints to our front desk, is that being recorded? Because I know we have like a new system now of like basically every call and.
Well, a service request you're talking
Yeah,
about?
like a service request.
How does that happen? For idling? That's a good question.
Or I guess that should be a question. When someone calls to the front desk, is that considered a service request? Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Okay. Got it. But the front desk is telling them to call will tell them. at
Correct.
least in
And
the future.
sometimes
Okay.
they'll be transferred over to the police department in this
Okay.
in this case, and we can radio down to the officers on the.
Okay. Yeah.
And then
Okay.
to let them know that in the future, call 911, so that's the quickest way to
Yeah.
get an officer there to document.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, very good. So let's go ahead and take the vote.
Okay, item 10E, settlement approval, settlement agreement with Union Pacific, subject to the changes in wording discussed this evening. Trustee Cascatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
And Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Okay, so up next is our discussion on affordable housing. That was another request last time we met, so I asked Matt to go ahead and put together some of the documentation of the affordable housing plan and kind of a discussion around that. So Matt, are you going to?
Sure. Yes. So Illinois has a law on the books, the Affordable Housing Plan and Appeal Act. As part of that legislation, the Illinois Housing Development Authority tracks, or each 5 years they'll do a report designating municipalities as either exempt or non-exempt from the requirement that 10% of housing stock within a given community must be deemed or must be affordable. Communities that have less than 10% of the housing stock as affordable are designated non-exempt. River Forest was in 2020 was designated as non-exempt, and in their 5-year review of those figures, River Forest remains non-exempt. The percentage of affordable units in town rose from 9% to 9.7% over that 5-year period. But we're still below the 10% threshold, and we are required to update our existing affordable housing plan. So the village adopted affordable housing plan in 2020, and with the requirements, we will need to update that existing plan to update some of the metrics in there about what the units are, what the affordable levels are, and revisit or change some of the goals and recommended actions as part of that plan. We don't necessarily need to change those, but we do need to update some of the figures and state what we've done to progress towards the goals set out in the 2020 plan. So there's no board action required tonight, but we're just answer any questions, and our position as staff will be to go work with the plan commission that had reviewed and created the affordable housing plan back in 2020 and bring an updated plan back to the village board for review and adoption.
Matt, I'm confused about it's the language. It says in here that the village adopted an affordable housing plan in 2020, but my understanding was that we voted at this board and we told the commission, the ZBA, to draft an ordinance, and so I guess I need a better understanding of, do we actually have an affordable housing plan on the books, or were we waiting for the ZBA to draft something and it didn't come back to us?
No, the village board took an action to adopt the affordable housing plan. Now,
Okay.
there were pieces of the affordable housing plan and the implementation matrix that had specific recommendations that would go to, many of them would go to the zoning board. But no, the village adopted the affordable housing plan and submitted that to IHDA back at the time in 2020.
So is it the whole plan that has to be resubmitted this year because it's every 5 years?
Correct.
Okay, and is there a deadline for that?
So we received notice late for this, so there's no penalty for submitting late, but sooner rather than later would be the deadline. There's 44 communities that are non-exempt. Only 10 of those 44 have submitted plans as of last week.
Thanks.
But I think because there's an existing plan, the hope would be to have this return back to the village board in early fall.
Matt, do we have a sense for the housing stock of affordable housing going from 9 to 9.7? How that came to be essentially? Like, is it just because of the cost for certain rental units going up or down, or has there really been any change in like new stock coming up that's affordable?
That's a good question. It's difficult to say. What the IHDA uses to determine this percentage is American Community Survey, which is one of the surveys that is part of from the Census Bureau. And it's not exactly, doesn't really reflect exactly.
We haven't put any new stock on. So
No,
I mean,
I'm-
so it's
I'm
gotta
wondering
be,
if it's like, besides new stock, like our price, like our rental prices going down.
Yeah, I mean,
or
it's
like what is it that they're saying, or is it like it's just a different calculation?
Yeah.
Or you know,
I think to
It's
President Ducey's point, the survey and the IHGA stated that the Village River Forest had 700 more housing units in 2023 than they did in 2018. We all know that's not the case.
Yeah. It's calculation. These are just different methodologies and
Right.
calculation.
Right.
They don't check, building permits like some other cases, so it's based on that calculation. So
that's kind of why I was wondering if it was just the methodology.
it's the methodology. Yeah, we don't have any new stock yet. That's the way it works.
As we're looking at this, could we see a status update of the implementation matrix as we're going along? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I mean,
So more to come.
Comments or questions for Matt? All right, then let's. Oh yeah, I forgot. You should have probably said it earlier, but go ahead if you want it. Jack, I gotta put your name down. It's on affordable housing.
Yeah, no, just on the affordable housing, I know I'm probably like the youngest person ever to show up to one of these things, but I just think I was looking a lot on the packet earlier, a little bit, just to say like, as a young person myself, like I do think affordable housing, like I'm raised in River Forest, 1200 block all my life, like I do want to stay here, and I think that it is very important that the village take into account like different, like approving different like housing types, like because I'm pretty sure a lot of the building code and zoning code was literally made before I was born, and I think that there's a lot of people like me and a lot of other people my age who do want to stick around in River Forest because River Forest is pretty cool. I like River Forest. It's a nice place. It's just that we can't afford to. So you move elsewhere, and that's, I think, a part of the reason why I think in the study it said, like, we declined by, like, 108 people. It's because, for people like me, we can't really stick around because, unfortunately, it's become a lot harder to rent and everything else. So I think one of the biggest things that we can do is try to make it easier for developers to build different types of housing and less hard, but that's my comment.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jack. I'm sorry I missed you. You sat there a whole time. Oh man. Oh man. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So then let's move on to the last item, which is the discussion of potential public use of village-owned property. So, so go ahead, Matt. Maybe we can talk a little bit about this.
Sure. So this item, we wanted to introduce a concept to the village board regarding the village-owned parcel here at the corner of Lake Street and Park Avenue. It's the employee parking lot here on the southeast corner. For a long time, the village has discussed marketing the site or assembling it with the other village-owned site immediately across the street and the 7777 Lake Street building into a larger spot for economic development. There were a couple attempts to do so, and it has not come through. Earlier this year, 7777 Lake Street was for sale, and there were a couple inquiries about the site, but that property's been taken off the market, which just suggests that economic development of that site is unlikely. So we began thinking of maybe different potential uses for the property to kind of contribute more to the corridor. The Central Commercial District is downtown as River Forest is going to get. So the idea would be to take the basic parking lot that's really just serves village employees and visitors, and a few permit parking permit holders, and converting that into effectively a pocket park space that would help complement the commercial corridor and beautify the corridor. I mean, obviously we've got Memorial Park and Keystone Park taking up a lot of drive down Lake Street, and this would be a way to kind of showcase the center of town, potentially be a benefit for hosting village events or public art. There's a lot of different ways that we can think about it, but at least wanted to introduce that concept to the village board because we would look to discuss public engagement sessions to get ideas about how to use the property and start getting cost estimates for inclusion in future budget.
You know, you're talking about this property right here at the corner.
Right in the corner.
So, right, and what he was saying, that's the likelihood of 777 Madison Street ever coming to market in the near future, at least 5 years, 6 years, is slim. And then to try to, coordinate it with this piece of property, and they're not contiguous, and it gets even slimmer. So, it's, instead of just looking like it is, why don't we make some green space out of it, if possible? And like Matt said, I mean, you can do a nice park area for older adults that can come and sit, not a bench, or I mean, there's enough in this area that we could use it. I mean, we still own it. We'll still own it. It's not going to go away. I just think it's a good idea and something, it's probably worthy of us doing it versus having a parking lot sitting right in front of our Lake Street. Yep.
Where would all the people that park there now park?
We have a
I was
parking.
gonna ask too.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have Franklin, the parking, Where is that? It's right by the bank.
418 Franklin, the village.
Yeah,
owns
and
it.
then right.
So there's enough space from
Yeah.
parking to get from here to there.
Yeah.
Correct, and then there's also parking along Central and potential reimagining the space here, so that way moving the parking off of the frontage of the corridor into more internal of the commercial district, which would be an improvement.
So we are just talking about the parking lot. We're not talking about any of the buildings next to it.
Correct.
That's a
Yes,
privately
the village only owns that,
Right.
the parking lot. There's two parking lots that sit next to each other. The village only owns the
one that
square
abuts
one
Lake Street.
closest to to Lake Street. But no, this doesn't involve assembling other properties or creating. This would be about a 7,200 square foot beautification. A little bit larger when you include the apron there of the lot.
It doesn't include the grass lot, or is that
So
part of the project?
no, I think the idea would be that the corner lot, the existing parking lot, would be the community space, whatever that ends up looking like, and the existing grass lot could be potentially repurposed as parking if we feel that's a need to help with the village hall or the commercial district, or it would just remain because right now the 77 Lake Street bisects the two village properties, so there's no way to create that to be like a larger space.
Right. So you got parking here, which we own, parking here, which they own, and the Drummond building, and then the grass, right? And so it's not contiguous, and it's hard to. And if these 777 Madison won't develop anytime soon, you got all these just empty spots that kind of ugly. So the thought was, kind of beautify this, maybe take that grassy, maybe make it a vertical parking, maybe not. But we have Franklin, which is something that Matt will look into and get back to all of us, and give us a bigger plan. It's just. I don't think we want to go forward without at least some of the discussion with you guys.
As we're talking to the community, let's make sure to give them good visuals of exactly which pieces of property we're talking.
Yeah, we want to be realistic too
All of us.
with what. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Is there any way to
maybe 5 bed parking lot?
Oh, for God's sake.
No, seriously.
No.
The parking lot here across the street.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the one
that's
that we're
the-
not supposed to park in, or we get a ticket, because I've been threatened. Sorry. I've been threatened with tickets, so.
I've been threatened with tickets there, so like if we can
Services
buy it.
that
and-
services the building.
I know, but there's no way they want to. We can maybe.
They wouldn't have any.
All right. I just thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Good question.
So the other thing too that we're thinking about, so we're gonna tear up the pavement and then put like grass or something. Is that what we're thinking of possibly, or
A
no?
half-inch turf right on top. It's
Oh,
gonna be
beautiful. Okay.
No, it's we're gonna
Brown-
we're gonna
brown and green.
The real
Brown
Astrodome
and green.
is coming back to this. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
All
say.
right, so
But no,
I-
no, I was
I
just
wanna
gonna.
say-
and
No.
then-
Yes.
yeah.
The idea would be
Okay.
to take it black dirt, topsoil.
All the-
landscaping.
With the
Sorry.
with the possibility that if something was to develop, we can actually then take care of it.
maybe
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't want to lose it.
Yeah, I liked all the ideas that were included. So
Yeah.
like a water structure. I love the idea of public art. We don't have enough of it.
Right.
here in
Well, I like the village
Forest.
gatherings because God knows.
I think that village gatherings would be inherent kind of
Yeah.
in both of those things, you know. Yeah, so
On the public art piece, though, I don't know if you've noticed, but they're back working on the railroad trestle again, painting and adding stuff. So I've seen people out there last couple of weeks.
Yeah, looks
so
good.
It looks good.
Are
All
they
right,
done?
good. Well, thanks. I think you got a nice go ahead, and we'll
Actually,
get back.
that's a good plug by Trustee O'Connell. They actually just finished some of the work painting, including some village facilities over on the embankment, Village Hall, the pump house,
Oh yeah.
and the library.
All right. Well, I think that concludes our evening. So thanks for supporting that idea. We have no executive session, so we'll.
Can you adjourn?
We're
Second.
All right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Casatello?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
And Trustee Gillis?
Yes.